I look okay. I look all right. Oh, hello. I'm still sort of getting my situation situated. I think I can close you. Yeah. Go all the way to hell. All right. Now to find a way to... No, don't do that. That's the worst to do. There we go. Pop out chat. Go minimal. I guess I can just do this. That's... Well, no, I don't like that. How is everybody? I having a decent Tuesday. Oh gosh, sorry. Gaspa. Didn't mean to blow out your amp. That's cool, Henry. It's a good stream to watch, to edit over, because I'm not going to be doing much besides making a necklace that I started earlier. Let me know if the audio is okay. I don't know. My voice is a little shot to my surprise. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna situate myself a little bit better. Let's see what this looks like. Well, I could have put my microphone on a slightly better spot, huh? I'm sure this sounds like ass. And I just realized this is going to get in the way, but that's fine. Let's see. Where are we at? Yeah, there we go. Is what a K70? Let's see. Yeah, Gatorade's kind of gross. K70. Is it? Let me see. K85. Close. Let's see. Unfortunately, Matthew Stevens, Steven Universe isn't actually like related to this. I've just been doing a rewatch lately. So I hope you're doing okay tonight. Let's see. Perhaps doing a low light thing wasn't the best decision here. Ugh. I might have to kill the aesthetic so that I can actually see with my eyes. But I don't know. Hello, dear witch. Let's see. Yes, sitting cross-legged is universally queer. Also wine. I'm gonna mess with this light a bit. Just get out of here. Get out of here. Just pull this out a bit. pathetic, but I got your girl gots to see. How does this look? I mean, at this point, the LED doesn't even come through, so I might as well just turn on my other light and just be able to see. So. Just stay. It's good enough. Ow. Come on. How does that look? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, get you there. All right. Yep. Emily, it's the same kind of wine as always. It's a boxed Cabernet. So. This is the onion thumbnail all over again. Yeah, you're right. Hello, Big Man O'Brien. Oh my gosh. Apparently a number of people are out here doing various thread-related activities. Try the wine.mp4. Try the wine. Have I landed a kickflip on a skateboard? Y'all. It's not a red blend. It's just Cabernet Sauvignon. I don't know. I don't like blends, generally speaking. I've had one really good one that was something my sister's family got for Thanksgiving. Have I ever seen a cat before? I don't even know what the word cat means. Dear Witch, I actually ripped the arms off of this chair so that I could sit wrong. Let's see. That is a tabby shirt. Okay, so my screen is actually too big. Well, no, don't increase the size of the start bar. That's a bad. Don't do that. Okay. There. I gotta keep the most recent messages in the chat, like in the middle of the screen where my eye is landing. Gosh, okay. Henry Kaufman, I'm very excited for the Nintendo Direct tomorrow. I actually was thinking of live streaming that in the morning just because I always thought it would be fun. I've never even heard of Cate Blanchett before, which is why I love Thor Ragnarok. Too bad Frank Lloyd Wright was a piece of shit. Yes, you can change the size of the start menu. Operating systems used to be very customizable in a time before everything became a live service. Can't wait for the day when we have to pay a subscription service for a fucking operating system. Hey Molly, are you still watching? You have opinions about that. Come on now. Once I get everything sorted here, will actually start doing the thing. Let's see. Flanknoid blight. Oh, jeez. I actually worked on a documentary about the architect Bruce Goff, who was a disciple of Frank Lloyd Wright, and he was very successful on his own terms, and he sort of created prairie architecture, which is really fascinating stuff that I won't get into. But his most famous house was commissioned by this extraordinarily wealthy dude. And he showed these designs for this house to Frank Lloyd Wright. And Wright wrote him a letter back basically saying, like, you should be embarrassed by these designs and honestly consider quitting architecture. I don't know if y'all can hear my roommate. He's a very loud person, which is okay. We're not doing anything too sensitive here. Okay. Stay. Computers were a mistake. This is true. I used to. So my roommates have cats. Big Man O'Brien. Wait, no, sorry. Hold on. Chat's moving too fast. Where was I saying? Emily. Jesus, sorry. My roommates have cats. One of them left, and she was the one who had the best cats. And then my current roommate has a cat, but his cat is very solitary. Well, Emily, I actually had two roommates, so it was three of us, and then one person dunked out. So I'm still minus a roommate. It's just that we're splitting the bills between two instead of three. Um, okay, I'm gonna actually start doing this now. Michelle, I'm sorry. Sorry, Michelle. I will call you Michelle. I'll try to remember to call you Michelle. I'm very bad about this whole thing. Fuck. Okay. I actually started this earlier today and got very tired. And then I thought, oh, this would actually be really calming to stream this activity. Let's see, get you. That looks okay. And don't move. Ugh, great. Let's see. Henry Kathman, I don't know that we are past the point of discussing the series finale or the season finale, but I do really like it. Let's see. Bring this a little closer to me. Yeah, season 6 is going to be interesting to see. I am making a necklace. So I have this rook skull that I've had for a very long time, and I've also been wanting to have more jewelry. I wanted to have some kind of necklace, and then I realized, like, I was shopping for, like, I don't know, fucking whatever, necklace type stuff, and I realized, hey, wait a minute, I was the arts and crafts director of summer camp for a while. Like, I know how to make things, so I just decided I would make a thing. And I'm going to take a sip of this wine. Sorry for that bit of wine ASMR. Okay. Ugh, don't move. Why are you doing that? Is it... Just stay. Just stay. It's okay. Come on. Whatever. Hopefully that's fine. Okay. Quit. I'm very out of practice to this, y'all. Whoop. Thank you for saying so, Naughty Peak. I'm glad that, that my videos helped you at all. A nail on a piece of driftwood. Yeah. I don't listen to any other real play tabletop podcasts. I'm not a huge fan of... I don't know. The Adventure Zone does something for me that a lot of others just don't, for whatever reason. I hear great things about Critical Role, but the backlog on that is just tremendous. And I know I'm somebody who complains about people like people saying, that's too long. Like, that's one of the things that frustrates me about people saying they don't want to read Homestuck. Is, it's too long. How am I expected to read 8,000 pages? And it's like, but it's good. But like Critical Role, like each episode is like, what, 3 or 4 hours? And there's just so many. So that's not really my thing. Let's see. Yeah, Gemma, that's the thing, is that like Taz is edited and cut for pacing. It's a story more than it is a like live play of of a TTRPG. And that's sort of the thing, is that I don't care so much about the RPG as I do the story. Is the deal. Um, I don't know. Molly, you're only 500 pages. Ah, shit. This always happens at some point. You've barely made a dent in Homestuck. I love Homestuck because that's me. Um, the thing is, I don't know. Homestuck is such a weird comic to talk about because there are so many things that you could say that will very easily turn people off from it, like all the way. And one of them is it's a webcomic that's 8,000 pages. And you pair that with the sort of infamous fandom, and it's like, I'm good, thanks. I don't want to touch that. But the deal, I don't know. I've been trying to think of ways to, like, how do you recommend? How do you recommend Homestuck to people in a way that lets them read it? Like, oh shit, what the fuck? What are you? That encourages them to read it without, like, scaring them off. And I think maybe instead of saying, oh, it's 8,000 pages, it would be worthwhile to say, like, they're really long TV series that people have no problem watching, and it's like, why not talk about it in terms of, like, TV seasons? I don't know. It's going to be the topic of a near future video. Like, probably my video for March is why you should read Homestuck. And then I'm going to @ H Bomber Guy. And if I get him to start reading Homestuck, I will consider my mission complete. And I will get 10 million subscribers because people who love Homestuck are desperate for other people to read it. If I can make other people do that, they will worship me. That's a gross thing to say. I can't read it because it reminds me of bad fan art. Oh, God. If only they could get to page 6,000 and then start seeing fucking Caliborn's shit, then they would really have a hard time. for 13 million subs. That's it. Yep, there you go. That would be the number. If I hit 413 million subs, I mean, Jesus, fuck, that would be. And just retire at that point. Ah, fuck you. Yeah. H bomb reads Homestuck for the next charity stream. Homestuck is just fan art of Sweet Bro and Alan Jeff. No, Homestuck is the story of the kid who, in canon, writes Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. And also, I'm not gonna fall down that rabbit hole. God dang it. My middle finger is the worst. It's always, or my third finger. Ring finger? Yeah. Whatever. Let's see. Has Miles Morales read Homestuck? The Spider-Verse version specifically. Has Miles Morales read Homestuck? I feel like the answer's got to be yes. I don't know. That's sort of my take. He seems like the kind of kid who'd be into Homestuck, but he'd be into Homestuck like accidentally. Well, I don't know. But I feel like he would be the kind of person who like draws fan art of Rose and Roxy as people of color, which is like the best. I could see Miles Morales getting really big into fan art generally. Ooh, he was into Problem Sleuth but couldn't get into it. Yeah. Yeah. I dig that. I've been checking the news like every single the news. I've been checking the internet like every single day, hoping that they will have announced when Spider Verse is getting its Blu-ray release, because I really want to watch it again in beautiful 4K resolution and make a video about it, about how it's a trans movie. Ugh. Ring finger. Um, my day's been pretty okay. I haven't gotten nearly as much done as I wanted. I fuck. I've been rearranging my room the last few days, which has not allowed for as much like writing as I would like. I really need to get to work on the McElroy video because the February is already like halfway over. It's certainly approaching the halfway mark. So, uh, but I mean, Homestuck Volume 4 arrived in the mail, and I started reading that. I hung some lights and got my stuff organized, threw out some of the garbage notes that I had from my old show. So, I don't know. It's been an alright day. I really need to finish Russian Doll. I've watched the first 4 episodes. I'm probably going to do that tonight. Um, uh, there are people in the chat who are in the process of reading Homestuck for the first time, and like, it's kind of impossible to spoil a lot of Homestuck, but I still don't want to talk about it. So I don't know. I feel like just talking about certain things gets expectations into people's brains, so I'm going to avoid that. Oof. Henry Kathman, that's a bad time. I'm sorry about that. How do I feel about B Movie the video game? Honestly, it's a fucking travesty that it didn't get Game of the Year and that it still continues to not get Game of the Year every year. It's 2019. Why haven't we acknowledged that video games should have been over a decade ago? This is very true, big man O'Brien. There is another Sarah Z, which is why I've sort of pivoted to Sarah Zedig as my name. I don't like the colors that I picked out for this, even though I didn't really have very many options. I should have gone for doubles. I feel like the garishness of these primaries is just gonna ruin the whole effect. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just completely fucking wrong. Ow. Oh god, play some awful shovelware? Jesus. What am I, Markiplier? Get back on there. What's your fucking deal? When you were over there, you were fine. Whatever. Yeah, the other Sarah Z does make very different content, and her stuff is actually quite good. Which is why I have not sued her. And I love HMS No Fun as my handle. I I've had it for a long time, and I feel like I'm probably the only person on Earth who does not hate their old handle. Well, I guess it's not as old as my older ones. That HMS No Fun came from my my Tumblr days. Somebody asked about, where does Zedig fall ethnicity wise? So Zedig is actually a name that is I made it up is the short version. And I don't want to... I'm very public about a number of things, but this is actually a story that I kind of intentionally want to keep private. But it's essentially... It's a name that is... I don't know. A name that is representative of me. I have no idea if it has any sort of ethnicity. I just made it up. I would really feel like shit if it turned out to be like a very common name in a country that America likes to do an imperialism in. That would be a bad time, but I don't think that that's the case. What do you mean by what kind of necklace that I'm making? Am I making? I'm making the kind that goes around one's neck. I mean, what I'm doing is a type of weave that I learned when I was the arts and crafts counselor at a summer camp. Like, what? 7, 8 years ago? Good God, time just keeps on flowing, doesn't it? Well, thanks for stopping by. It went a lot. I know you told me your name at some point, and I can't remember, and I'm so sorry. But I hope you have a good one. Oh, did I lose one? What the fuck? Ah, shit. This is for sure a friendship bracelet weave. I mean, that's sort of the deal with being an arts and crafts director at a summer camp for kids, for children's. But I don't know. I've always liked this particular weave. What the fuck is going on? Okay.
Red level. Yes.
How's that? Is that okay?
Bummer. I got very connected, but not the curated one. That's good.
There we go. Okay. Almost lost that one too. Drink more wine. This is in AT 2020. So what type of fit? I kind of want it to be like, I don't want it to be a choker. I want it to be like long enough to dangle a touch. I'm basically just gonna let it go and see how it goes. I just have this length. When I started this, I didn't actually intend to make it make it into a whole thing. I was just like, yeah, why not? I'll do this. I'll throw some thread together. I basically just wanted to put this rook skull around my neck. Then I thought, you know what? Why don't I actually make this a thing? And thus I made it a thing. Well, thank you, Henry, for coming in, and good luck recording and recovering your audio. Ushi84, thank you so much. Mia Mulder's video is very good, and you absolutely should write about your experience and make a video about Black trans identity, because that perspective is woefully absent from the public sphere, and we need your voice in this conversation. God, listen to me. But have fun doing your indulgent podcast, D20 Sapphire. Yeah, Meme Mulder's video is quite good. What the fuck? How the fuck did this happen? What? Okay. Her video about passing felt kind of I don't know. It felt like an antidote to some of what like ContraPoints has been doing lately, which her stuff is very funny and well produced, but it's feeling less personal to me. I don't know. I'm kind of in a weird spot with Natalie. As a fan, because I still like her stuff, but I don't know. But I quite liked Mia Mulder's video, and I'm very glad that there are more trans people doing video essays. I think part of the issue with Natalie is that she for a while she was like the biggest one, and she still is, and in some ways she's like, I mean, when it comes to BreadTube, she's like the only trans person, so of course de facto she is the voice of the trans, and that just sucks. And she didn't ask for that, but it's sort of the reality that she's kind of stuck with. And oh, I don't know. Let's see. We got. Ooh, Michelle, I will have to check out this person. Hold on. Do I have. Let's see. No. Uh, uh, my roommate really loves Destiny. Let's see. Sure. Cool. It's literally just taking a screenshot of that name so that I would remember to look them up. Molly, I got it. It's fine. I can like push the. Get out of here. As I almost drop a thread. It's fine. Am I going to the gala? Does it need to be perfect? I like things that are imperfect. That's why I like art. Because it's all garbage. Well, it's actually 7 strand, but it's essentially the same deal. Basically, you've got seven seven individual strands that are basically loops, and what you're doing is you're pulling the top string through 3, pulling it down, and then sort of rotating here, and you're just doing that over and over. And it creates a really cool kind of fishnet look that I really like. Although I'm probably going to end up doing a different one than this. Fuck. Because I've come to realize I'm not in love with the colors. Although, I don't know, looking at it, it's actually not that bad. Yep. Molly, what did you post? Your message got redacted. Kumihimo braid. Possibly. I don't know the name. This is a braid that a Korean camper taught me, if I remember correctly. And she was really cool. Well, most of them were cool. There were some who were supremely not cool. But I don't know. Shit. Come on. And when I say that a Korean girl taught me this at camp, what I while I was teaching to one of my groups, this must have been a special event, because I don't know. I don't know. The point is, when I say it's like a Korean person taught me this, I don't mean to say like, oh, it's a Korean braid. I don't know if that's the case. I don't care one way or the other. It's a cool braid that looks good.
I've used heavy or super.
Sarah Sunflower, as far as I know, there's not a circle template. I just sort of do it. I don't know, but I don't know. Cringy camp stories. There was this was in kind of West Texas in the summer. It was just a bad time, and I don't know. I didn't really belong there. I was an overweight sort of weirdo who thought they were a man and thought they might be gay and was still figuring things out. But it was also my first summer after starting college, and I'd gone from essentially a dropout high school student to in a single semester making like honors grades, getting a 4.0 GPA basically immediately, and taking honors classes. So I felt pretty good at the time, and working at the camp gave me the job of the arts and crafts counselor. I don't know. I don't have many like cringy stories or like funny stories from there. Everything that I remember just feels kind of shitty. Besides a handful of like nice memories, like I guess my specialty was helping kind of isolated kids feel welcome. I remember one time I was out at the pickup in, I want to say Dallas, and there was one kid who was just really unhappy to be going, and he was someone like his parents were clearly very exasperated, and this is sort of a thing with this kid, and everybody had tried a bunch of different things, and the camp director asked me to talk to him because I'm a sensitive person. So I went over to the kid and was like, pulled him aside and was like, "Hey, how's it going? Are you okay?" And let him talk for a bit, and asked him like, "So what are you afraid of at the camp?" And he said, "I'm afraid that people are gonna make fun of me, and I'm not gonna like what I'm doing, and I'm afraid to lots of sort of things that I could relate to." So I basically said like, "Well, I'm the arts and crafts director, and I get if you don't like, running around with everybody. So, we build little rockets, and we make stuff out of popsicle sticks, and et cetera, et cetera. And you're more than welcome to hang out and make stuff." And basically I got him on the bus. Like that conversation got him calmed down, and he was then really excited. And his week there, he was just over the moon making stuff. And he was kind of a problem child in his like kind of I don't know. He's one of those kids who was like hyperactive. He probably either got diagnosed with or would eventually get diagnosed with ADHD. Uh, but the thing is that it's just like the problem was the crystallization of the like camp hierarchy and the system itself, because uh, it wasn't flexible enough to make room for him. So I I don't know. I tried to give him opportunities to feel welcome and like express himself and not judge him for being like aggressive in his like expression. We made like a so at the end of every week, basically it was like a 3 month thing where everybody every different like department, quote unquote, at the end of every week, which was a different group of kids, they would be like a farewell night, and every department would present some sort of like thing that would be a celebration of going off. And arts and crafts was always the black sheep of the camp, because everybody wanted to do like wave surfing and other crap like that, and hiking and horse riding or archery or marksmanship, all of that stuff. And I knew that my department was and I was the only person who was in charge of it. So I made a production out of everything, and I just sort of like was very loud and very theatrical in my approach. And yes, Molly, we had guns. This is Texas. Of course they taught marksmanship. But I mean, like, I don't know. So I made a production out of everything, and within a couple of weeks, I went from being like this weird person. Like, people didn't still really get me. I didn't really make friends while I was there, with like 2 exceptions. But my whole like shtick became like the highlight of the show every week, and everybody was always very excited for me to do any kind of presentation. So the week with this kid, when he was about to leave, so he had a bad reputation with kind of a lot of people. Like I said, he was kind of a troublemaker. He didn't like listening to orders. He wanted to do his own thing, which I totally got. And none of the other kids really liked him. It was one of those sad situations where kids are just being assholes. A lot of the kids were assholes. I mean, this was a YMCA camp. But some of the older kids had built a like a big old fucking Empire State Building out of popsicle sticks. And so I basically like I talked to him, and we had planned out what our like show was going to be. So I was like, went out and said like, ladies and gentlemen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, doing this whole thing. uh, and I trotted out the big popsicle stick Empire State Building with that kid in it, and then I had him just wreck it, just go off the wall, uh, and he had so much fun, and everybody laughed, and it was a great time. Um, and we threw the popsicle sticks into the fire, and he was just howling with joy, and it was just like, I don't know, that's one of my favorite memories with my time as a camp counselor. Um, and I saw somebody asked uh, up above if I like working with kids. Um, I do. I like kids generally. Um, I I don't know. I as someone who um, I don't know. I do enjoy it, but it's also a lot of work. It's very exhausting. Thanks for stopping by, Mel. I hope you have a good night. There's also a lot of like, I don't know, kind of shitty stuff that happened at that camp. I only did it the one summer. It was overall, it was a good experience. We did not get paid enough. It was like, God, it was nothing. I think it was maybe Jesus. I feel like it was only like $100 or $200 a month. It was, or not a month, a week. It was real bad. Well, hi, Stark Amy. I'm glad that you're deciding to stop lurking and chat. Um, Bigman O'Brien, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. One person leaving always seems to prompt a bunch of other people to leave. Which is okay. This was never going to be a marquee stream. This is just a nice, chill, weaving session. What time is it? 9:30. Dang, I've been doing this for over an hour? Uh, Cayenne Shepherd. Yeah, I mean it really, so the thing is that all of the counselors and all of the like heads of the various departments, that's me doing scare quotes with my thumbs, uh, most of them were like former uh, uh, campers, um, that sort of thing. Like I was not like one of the people who I imagine, like the actual camp director and all of the various people involved in the leadership of the entire camp got paid, actual money. But all the rest of us were sort of treated as like more or less volunteers. And I'd love to go back and find my pay stubs for that. I doubt that I still have them because I actually think it might have been an astoundingly low amount of money, even lower than what I said. I don't know. After 2 years, he became 16 and got paid about the same as me. Yeah. I am making a necklace for a little pewter rook skull. Oh, Ushi, thank you for coming by, and I'm glad that you have some inspired thoughts now. All your paychecks bounced? And then job is the only thing on your resume. Gosh, that sucks. Yeah, that was my roommate. I should have yelled at him. God bless you. Yeah. He's a loud dude. As is his wont. It always sort of, I don't know. People who sneeze loud always kind of bug me because, I mean, I know how to sneeze quietly. It's not that hard. I don't know. I am, to be fair, hyper fixated on public politeness in ways that are honestly probably harmful. So I would not be surprised if I'm just being a judgmental asshole for no reason. Oh yeah, I hate that too. Sublunarities. When they sneeze so loud, their actual voice comes out. Yeah. Okay, ring finger. Here we go. Fuck. Come on. Okay. So how's everybody doing? What are we up to tonight besides watching me weave my threads? Oh, Molly, you better not die from the flu. That'd be a real bummer. After all of the pseudo plans we've made, that'd be the worst. You can't die. You know how much I fixate on the future? Claire Adams, snowed in and drinking wine sounds like the fucking best, to be honest. I wish I were snowed in. I guess I can just pretend that I am because I never leave. Whoop, whoop. Oh, migraine in the middle of your midterm? That sucks. Bubblegum, your wrist hurts from shitty work method experimentation, so you gotta tell your boss you feast. That's weird. I feel like that requires elucidation, elaboration. Jesus. Do your boss like demand that everybody do a specific type of work method? Weird. Oh, Cayenne. I need to get back into doing yoga. I really need physical activity. Oh gosh. Steel bars. Yikes. Okay, that makes sense. It snowed in November, but it hasn't again all winter. It's snowed here. It snowed a couple of times in like December, and then we had a pretty good snow. I want to say in January, and then it melted like the next day, and it's been cold enough that if we got a big snow, it would stick around. But of course, the polar vortex decided to not bring any of that good moisture down from Canada. Just brought the cold temperatures. So you don't even get the benefit of being like surrounded by that good white powder. What should you change your icon to, Craig? Google Craig and put in the 7th image that you find. Fuck.
As long as I get that shot eventually.
Well, I mean, the snow stuck around long enough that some stuff was actually canceled. Like it was expected during the day, and it arrived late. And it was a pretty thick snow that night. It's just that Oklahoma is fickle. Keep safe search on. No, don't. You've got to live with this. You asked me what to do. I told you what to do. Of course, whatever you change it to, we probably won't be able to see it for a while because for whatever reason, Google takes forever to update your profile picture if you change it. So I've been. What part of Oklahoma? I live south of Oklahoma City. Um, yeah, Hannah, write some essays. Chill out with us. It's Tuesday. Why do you ask, Alexandria Jarvis? Are you from Oklahoma? Ah, neat. Yeah, Tulsa is a bit of a drive. Um, I've always wanted to spend more time in Tulsa. I've been there a handful of times. Um, May Leeds actually has a live show in uh, in Tulsa. I think in June or July. So uh, I'll be there for that. I'll probably hitch with them when they're driving through. Um, yeah, Molly. Of course, we'll do a stream. It'd be ridiculous if we didn't. Uh, we almost did a stream when I was at May's house. Um, we almost did a stream the first night that I was there. Maybe it was the second night. I can't remember. With the three of us, but we were all quite tired. Um, we made the choice to stay up until 5 a.m. to get fresh donuts from this really good local donut place. And the donuts were incredible. But that like sudden fuck up in our sleep schedule threw us off for the next like 4 days. And the rest of the trip was kind of emotionally taxing as a result. Probably would have been anyway. But it was made even more so. I should have had some coffee before this. Right, Claire? Yeah. No, Steven Universe makes you want donuts. Like, I have. Just talking about it has made me want donuts. Um, but I'm on my diet now, so donuts are off limits for a while. Caffeinated wine. Oof. Oof. That'd be rough. Yeah, Michelle, I used to stay up late for donuts relatively frequently. And I can still do it if I want to. It's more just that I then sleep for the rest of the day and burn the day, which is fine when it's just me and I'm, you know, sad doing my own thing back when I was a college student. But when you're hanging out with friends that you don't get to see very often, you want to actually utilize your daylight. Yeah, Vivian, Nintendo Direct tomorrow. Um, Rumor is that they're announcing Metroid Prime trilogy on the Switch, which will be a good excuse to finally play those games. I played the first one a fair bit when it came out, but I was never able to get very far because I was bad at video games, and I still am. I know people are talking about them maybe revealing new Smash Bros. Ultimate characters, but I don't want them to announce those yet. I feel like they shouldn't announce the next one until the one that's about to come out has come out. Like, I would hate for them to announce, like, oh, we've got such and such character from Dragon Quest, and, Joker from Persona 5 still hasn't come out. I don't know. As always, I hope that hell yeah, Henry, welcome back. As always, I hope that they announce something. I don't know. They're not going to announce anything super big because E3 is coming up now. So I'm sure if they have any big bombshells, they're saving them. And, we're not going to get any news about Metroid Prime 4, obviously, now that that game has been scrapped and started from scratch with the original studio, which it's kind of wild that they didn't do that from the beginning. Like, the fact that they didn't have the original development studio on board. I'm glad that they got them, though. Because, like, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Henry, they will not shut up. If Nintendo fails to announce stuff, as is always the case. But whatever, to hell with them. Have a good dinner, dear witch. Thank you for the luck. Hope you have a good evening. Thank you, Vivian. I like this shirt as well. Alexandria, yeah, I actually was literally thinking, like, gosh, I should have eaten some solid food today. All I had was one of my dumb keto meal replacement shakes. I guess I technically had two. So I had one a couple hours ago. Yeah, the Nintendo Directs are always like appointment viewing for me, Henry. It's always like so exciting. So yeah, I might, depending on when I wake up, I might live stream my reaction to it, just to finally complete my form as a stereotypical obnoxious video game YouTuber. Oh yeah, I mean, people will always be disappointed because it's like, why didn't they announce GameCube Virtual Console or Mother 3? I don't know. I really hope that they, gosh, Nintendo Online and like the NES service, it's cool, but like I just don't give a shit about NES games. I played a bunch of them growing up, and I just don't care. Your dad just nailed a necktie to the wall. That's a weird thing for anybody to do. Hopefully that's not like a sign of death. Yeesh. I mean, look, XRXaholic, I could have a heated gaming moment if I really wanted to, you know? If it means making millions of dollars, yeah, I'll be a little bit racist. Why not? I mean, like most white people, my progressivism is only a matter of convenience. Once I inevitably get disowned by the left, I'll just then turn around and say, gosh, these non-binary people, huh? They want to be called they. What's up with that? Am I right? Lol. If this were text, I would be typing a /s because everything I just said was very sarcastic. I don't know if you could tell from the tone of my voice.
Oh, that's kind of Berghusian, not a few on my own things. It's a no feelings, it's the curated rule, no feelings. Yeah, it's Zen moment full auto.
Oh yeah, boss hinge. I will. Half of the time when I'm doing these streams, I just think like, what things are gonna be taken out of context in 10 years? And like, as I was saying that dumb joke, like, yeah, that's gonna be one of them. But if I actually, if it's remotely effective as a thing that's taken out of context against me, then I probably will have deserved it. I could join John Tron. Goodness me. That would be great company. I could ask him about Jacques, his green cyborg parrot. And then I could ask him how the fuck he can be so racist. Oh, the right is just dying to have a Candace Owens for trans people. Yikes. Yeah. I mean, isn't that kind of Blair White? A little bit. But she's not as popular. I feel like it's inevitable. What gaming words will I use? I thought I had some spicy ones on deck, but the piss and heck. No, that's a little too spicy for me. Clearly, you're a better gamer than I am. Y'all ever seen that movie Training Day? That Denzel Washington sure is a fine actor. And Ethan Hawke, boy, that fella can step on me with his boots any day. Y'all get in the bed of my truck, go out to the corner store, drink some Bud Light, talk about philosophy. Have I ever watched Twin Peaks? Lol. Yes, I have. Quite a lot, in fact. I wonder if is my shelf visible? Oh, my giant head is blocking it. Hold on. This area, that entire zone is just Twin Peaks stuff. Okay. Do you have thoughts on Legend of Korra? I have actually never gotten past season 3. Wait, no, I have finished season 3. I know I've never watched the ending. I think I've always stopped at season 3, and I've always meant to watch the last season or 2. I feel like it's only 4, right? I honestly can't remember. No, wait, hold on. See, I can't even remember how far I got. I don't think I've ever finished season 3 now that I'm thinking of what I've seen. I love the first season. I think it's an incredible extension of the world of Avatar. I love anything that like picks up sometime later and expands concepts from the original. The second season is garbage, and I don't know. A lot of the show just never really landed with me after that. I think once I hit the point where they started explaining the origins of the Avatar was when I'm like peaced out, because that's just, I don't know, it just feels unnecessary. I have no idea what Fooly Cooly means. It's sort of what the fuck does the dad say? Does he just say it's a fooly thing? It's a cooly thing. I can't remember what he says in the first episode. Whatever. I haven't watched Fooly Cooly in ages. Favorite sci-fi, fantasy, speculative fiction books? I could say Homestuck. um, I quite like The Golden Compass. I'm still only in the middle of book 2 and have been for like a year and a half because I'm terrible. And Carrie Vaughn's Kitty Norville books are some of my favorite. I mean, that's urban fantasy. But I love those books. Very good at exploring complicated relationship dynamics in a supernatural world. Kitty Norville, as in like, you know, what you call a baby cat. Oh, it's a kitty. And she's a werewolf. That's the joke. Um, I've never read a series of unfortunate events, and I am curious, but because of people with whom it is associated, I will likely never read it. I have watched the first season of the Netflix adaptation and really liked it, and I'm excited to watch it now that it's finished. Add it to the list of a million things I have not watched. I saw somebody ask what color my bracelet is, so got yellow, green, pink, gray, white, red, and blue. The clip is fine, honestly. Like it's not slipping so much anymore. I did see your thing about saying I should tape it. The thing is, like, it's this desk because when I first started this earlier today, I tried taping it to the table and it just didn't stick. I don't have great tape. Why am I so tired? Thanks for stopping by, Henry. Hope you have a good time. Good night, Cayenne. Thanks for watching. Hope you have a good night. And Vivian, I never really listened to Kanye. I've never really gotten much into rap, which is almost assuredly the result of my likely deeply racist upbringing. But also, anytime I've tried, I don't know, I always feel weird anytime. I know a number of white people who are just really, really, really enthusiastic about like black rappers and like Kanye and Kendrick Lamar and everything, and it always makes me like really deeply uncomfortable to see a bunch of white guys like just go off on, I don't know. There's just something about it that feels kind of gross to me, and I don't know. I don't know. God, I haven't thought about Video Game Donkey in ages. Of course they are. God, that sucks. Why do white people ruin everything? We just want to be cool. But if we just realized that we can never be cool, everything would be better. Hippopotamus. I'm not a large water-dwelling mammal. What gave you that preposterous hypothesis? Did Steve tell you that, perchance? Steve. What kind of rapper name is that anyway? God, I love Flight of the Conchords. when I worked at a gas station, uh, I was one of the three people who worked there, and I basically had the run of the place. And I was like, it's empty most of the time, and like the owner had like a checklist of things that they wanted done when you were on shift, and I was their favorite worker because I did the checklist really well, and then we were done. And so, like, as long as I got that stuff done, it was fine. It didn't monitor anybody. I was there at the store by myself most of the time. So, I would just walk around singing. A lot of times it would be uh, Flight of the Concord songs. So, as I'm like checking aisles and stuff, I'd be singing I'll Be the Racist Dragon. Just because that one involves a lot of funny voices. Get your hand off my tail, you'll make it dirty. God. But. What's the story behind the cat pic? I don't know. It's just a picture that somebody posted on Twitter that went mimetic, and I just like went viral, I guess is what would be the better way to put it. And I just fell in love with this cat. Oh yeah, Craig, absolutely. It's just weird. It just feels blatantly like cultural appropriation. But I don't know. It's complicated. Um, Ooh, Carmine, where in Ohio do you live, if you mind me asking? I grew up in Ohio, at least partially. 8 years as a child. Um, I don't have music that's particularly seasonal, but I don't know. These days I kind of listen to a lot of like synthwave stuff, and I don't know. That's been most of what I've been on lately. Um, Spotify's Discover Weekly sort of has my number in that regard. Oh, nice. I grew up in Lancaster, and I miss it relatively often, even though all of my friends who were there in elementary school have grown up to be just a bunch of like weird, racist, sexist people, as far as I know. Oh, spoken word makes me uncomfortable. That video is very good. Uh, to my knowledge, I have not listened to Tycho. And I am very bad about band names and song names and album names. And that was true before Spotify just randomly put songs in my face without demanding that I pay attention to who or what they are, which is really bad for everybody. And Spotify really ought to go. I don't know. Yeah, we live in a hellscape. Being an artist is the worst because the internet has made distribution of art so much easier, it's so much more accessible, and nobody wants to pay for it. So the solution is, well, we'll make it all free or very low cost, and then we'll pay for it with advertisements. Who gets that ad revenue? Oh, well, of course it's the people who host the platform, not the people who actually make the art. You know, that'd be ridiculous. I do know about Eric Jackson's music. I have not listened to it. Or I think I've listened to like bits and pieces. I don't know. Hi, Nick. Hi, Pash. It's been long enough that I should re-promote the stream, but my fingers are all tied up. Although, I kind of want to take a break from this. Maybe switch to doing something else. Oh yeah, Molly's music is great. She makes very good music. Don't tell her I said that. She will get very cross with me. She doesn't like people informing the world that her music is good. It's not. So, Momo, the issue isn't necessarily that, white people listen to rap music or whatever. It's fine. Like, everybody's allowed to listen to whatever they want to listen to. It's fine. It's more the level of overwhelming enthusiasm that I see a number of white people have for rap music that they don't have for like anything else. And it just makes me uncomfortable. I don't know. Like, I've been in the room with a white dude explaining the history of like Kanye West's music and why it was important to a black guy who was literally this was for in a class where we were talking about our video projects that we were working on, and his video is literally about rap culture. So it was like, dude, what are you doing? What is this? This is ridiculous. So I don't know. Yeah, puzzle thing. That's a good uh, that's a good way to put it. Um, no, Mama, the question isn't silly. I am glad that you clarified that it wasn't trolly because it did kind of sound that way at first. But I also know your name, so I didn't assume that you were approaching in bad faith. Vivian, I live in Oklahoma. Do I like Tune Yards? I know I've listened to them at some point, but I cannot remember when. Um, well, yeah, it's the thing with like gentrification, where on an individual level, it's like, well, yeah, you should move wherever is a good place to move, obviously. And, here in Oklahoma, it's real cheap to live here. So, like, a lot of people are moving into the city. And, I'm probably going to do that in a few months when my lease runs out, and like, that makes sense economically, whatever. But the issue is basically white people deciding like, oh, this is cheaper, so we're going to come in here and we're going to buy everything up and we're going to make it better. And then they end up pushing local businesses out of business and remodeling everything, ultimately making everything more expensive, and then pricing the people who used to live there out. And that just consistently happens over and over and over again, everywhere, until like they have nowhere else to go. So it's like, it's one of these, it's like white people being really enthusiastically into rap music is like a similar issue as gentrification, in that it's the sort of thing that our understanding of systemic issues kind of was designed to make it virtually impossible to talk about, because we believe in this capitalist system in the absolute supremacy of the individual, and that supersedes any and all like larger cultural impacts of any given action. And the thing is that it's not an individual problem, it's a mass problem, it's a systemic problem. And it's like, oh, so am I a bad person for liking rap music? Well, no. I mean, you're allowed to like whatever music you like, but you've got to understand that it's bigger than you. It's you're taking part in a pattern that extends backwards in time for hundreds of years. And it's not just about that. Like whatever you like, but don't make it about you all the time, I guess. That's sort of my read on it. Oh yeah, Momo. That's one of the issues that I have with the States generally. And when I realized that we see everything in very binary black and white, it was a big revelation for me. Like, it really helped me to understand why the fuck we are the way we are. That's capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Demanding these other cultures disappear or assimilate into white culture. Yep. So my next video is about the politics of the McElroy Bros, and I shouldn't talk too much about it because I haven't even really written the script yet, and it's going to be a fucking nightmare to edit, I'm sure, as all of my videos inevitably are. Yeah, okay, Momo. Yeah, there seem to have been messages that people are responding to that I can't see, and I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Unless there are, it might, I don't know. YouTube has an algorithm that tries to catch spam. It might also be that there are people whose messages I've hidden from the channel that are here that I just kind of forgot about. But nobody would be able to see them. I don't know. I need to go in and fuck with that setting. What? That's so stupid. Live chat versus top chat. That is so... YouTube, why do you suck so much? Anyway, so yeah, my next video is about the politics of the McElroy brothers, and I've been so excited as I've been like researching it and working on it because there's actually a lot to say, and their stuff is even better than I realized in a lot of ways. So I'm very excited to get that out in video form. But I am fairly confident that once I release that video or something else before that, I've been toying with the idea of doing like some kind of short vlog or something in the interim to get on the channel. I don't know. I'm fairly certain that that's going to push me up to 9,000 subs. I mean, I might hit that before then. I'm up to what, like, what am I up to now, subscriptions wise? Yeah, 8,814. Yeah, so I'm not that far from 9,000 subscriptions. My necklace is going to be however long this winds up being. Yes, it is, Nick. It's a rook skull. I've had this little thing for a long time. I stopped wearing it, but I've been wanting to wear necklaces lately. I really need to get more. Oh god, it is nearly over 9,000. God damn it. Ugh. Oh, when's the Nightmare Stream podcast coming out? It is coming out. I mean, the short version is whenever it's done. I meant to get more work on it done today, but I didn't get any done because I have my priorities straight and wanted to finish reorganizing my room, which I'm still not really finished, but it's fine. But I've got everything. I was waiting on one last relatively important bit of audio, and I finally fucking got it. So I just need to edit everything together, and it won't be bad. The thing that's putting me off right now is just that I recorded a section at May's house, and we used the same basic setup that we used for our 2-part episode a while back. I say a while back. I think that was still the most recent episode. Good night. And I don't know. I need to figure out a good way to get the audio together so that it sounds good. Because I'm bad at operating a mixer. I'm sorry for swearing on the Christian stream. But yeah, the next podcast episode is going to be hopefully by Friday. That's kind of my my self-set timeline. We'll see if it gets there. I've been feeling really apathetic lately, and of course now I'm starting my diet, and the first week is always so exhausting. Someone asked if I could be one video game character, which would I be? I have no idea. Oh, well, good luck, Momo. Thanks for stopping by. Or wait, that's not you saying goodbye yet, I guess. That's still a bad time. You probably should. Jesus, 9:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. I've had schedules like that, and it's fucking awful. The thing is, like, I'm such a fucking nerd and furry adjacent person that I would just be like, with some Pokemon, like Pikachu, Lucario, or Sylveon. I don't know. Feels appropriate that I would be an Eevee. And hopefully I would be liked enough to become a Sylveon. Shrug. I haven't played Deadly Premonition. I really need to. I've been meaning to for a long time. But I don't think I would want to be a character from Deadly Premonition, and I don't think I would want to be a character from Twin Peaks. That seems like a very bad universe to live in. What diet I'm doing? Basically, just like a low carb, high fat deal. It consistently works very well for me. I've just been off for a while because I'd lost a lot of weight and was feeling pretty happy with myself, and now I'm like ready to make the last stretch to get myself down to like 170, 160, which I think is pretty reasonable. What was the question? Oh, when I read for pleasure. I tend to prefer fantastical stuff. I don't know. I've always been more of a fantasy, sci-fi kind of person. Things that are grounded in reality are sometimes enjoyable. But I don't know. I prefer stuff that sparks my imagination. And that's the kind of shit that I write. Thank you, Craig. I've actually gained a little bit of weight in the last few months, but I mean, since October, I've basically hovered around like 180, 190, which is really good. So, if it looks like I've lost weight, it's because hormone replacement therapy has been just going bananas on my my fat distribution. And Craig, weight is not synonymous with health. If you weigh more than me, that doesn't necessarily mean you're healthier than me. I live a sedentary life. That is far worse than being overweight. Well, hello, Hooligan Comedy. Thank you for subscribing and for coming into this very exciting live stream. Well, thank you for saying hi, Hooligan. Hey, Zhang. Welcome. Is it really 10:40? Been going for over 2 hours? And that's all that I've gotten done. Good night. It actually does look really good, though. I was literally just thinking, like, I think I'm going to pause this and get up and stretch and do something else. But I actually don't want to lose this pattern. Strawberry Cat, I'm making a necklace to put around my neck. For neck reasons. Alexandria College is overrated. Unless you want to do it. I enjoyed it, and I got a lot out of it, but I would not say it was worth the expense. Well, I don't know. Calculating that string of cause and effect is not possible. But I certainly don't feel secure in my career propositions. Is that the right word? I feel like I'm... Prospects. I certainly don't feel secure in my career prospects now that I've graduated. You know, I don't feel like my degree is really doing me much good in the YouTube world. Good night, Nick. Thanks for watching. I'm also finally back in my groove. I used to be really fast with these. Sorry, Mega Lobster Face. That story is fucking gross and terrible, and I'm so sorry. And I hope that you filed a complaint and like got them fucking fired. Of course, I somehow suspect that the academic establishment will not have come out on your side. Good night, Hannah. Thanks for coming in. Just push the old one out of the top. That sucks. Lobster Face, I'm so sorry. Did you, were you forced to go another semester? Were you able to graduate? Fuck it. Where is there? Yeah. I need a break from this shit. Of course, I did this the worst way I possibly could have. Ugh. What? Interesting. Oh, that sucks, Lobster Face. I'm sorry. No, Craig, as far as I know. I don't know. I have no idea. Well, this is what we've got so far. Everything I just did looks great. Once I finally figured out how the fuck to do this again. You know, I shit on doing this with sewing thread, but I actually really like this. It's very small and very subtle. I wonder... Ugh, it looks so fat. Let's see. Can't really see it. There, do you see it? Look at it. Ugh. Probably gave the kinksters in the audience a bit of a conniption there just now. Thank you, Molly, for the link. I'm making this into a philosophy tube stream now. I just need a candle to light. This one doesn't have as good. Oh, interesting. What are we looking like? Dang. $42 people still watch it, huh? Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go on a quick break, and I'll be back, and we're gonna do something else. So, I shall return, and I might jump in the comments here in a bit. So talk amongst yourselves. There we are. Sorry about that. I knew I would forget that I muted that. Yeah. How's everybody doing now? It's been a minute. Thank you. I like this top as well. I also really like these shorts and these fucking leggings. We are all Sarah. I guess we start a cult accidentally. I don't know. Huh. So I was gonna play a video game maybe, but no. Okay. Why are you being weird? It's being weird. Why are you being weird? I don't like it. Whatever. That's fine. Whoa, wrong one. So I guess I could stream a PC game if need be. Burb. Oh. Good night. Good night, Burb. Thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry that you waited so long just for me to just be here. So I hope you have a good night. Molly, that was a bad joke. That was a bad joke and you should feel bad. Goodness. What do y'all want to do? I feel like I investigated Naissance and I wasn't a fan. Play you a song? Ugh. That's what you always want from me. You always want me to play a song. I could pull up Darren Aronofsky's Pie and drill a hole in my head. Sorry, Lobster Face. I don't really know that much about nail polish. I have some, and I put it on my fingers, and then I wear it until it looks like shit, and then I'm done. I don't know. That's about the extent of my nail polish thoughts. It's like the same with makeup and stuff. Thank you for watching Willow Shade 101. This tea is good. interpret Twin Peaks through some good criticism. An impromptu blues song about being trans. I don't know. Against Me has a pretty good one, although it's not really blues. Just the title makes it seem like it should be. Well, Molly, if you come here while I'm still in this physical location, um, there's an amp in the house. Plus, like, my H4n takes, whoops, oh, that's fine. Takes whatever the audio jack is called that you use for instruments. So we can amp it through my fucking computer if need be. Batman Mask of the Phantasm. That's a good movie. I haven't watched it in a long time. No, XLR is like microphones and stuff. I was thinking more like these big fuck off jacks. Well, there went my rook skull. I can't tell what's visible. Yeah, these bad boys. Oh, what's that? Weird. Play the electric kazoo. Goodness. Where I am, it is 11:23 p.m. Computer stuff is happening? What do you mean? Major Garland Briggs, who is Bobby Briggs's dad's actual name, is Major. Yes, Central Time. Garland Briggs is a really important character in the fourth Twin Peaks tie-in book, The Secret History of Twin Peaks. Oh wow, 1:23 p.m. Jeez, that's wild. I mean, it's not that wild. Like, time works that way. It's wild to me as an American who just assumes that I'm the center of the world. China. Wow. Well, China just made me spill hot tea on my crotch. Yeah, like a whole hell of a lot of. Oh yeah, I was focused on computer stuff. Hi Scott. Yeah, a whole hell of a lot of the actors from Twin Peaks died like right before or during filming season 3. It's kind of amazing how they dealt with Catherine Coulson in season 3. Like the fact that they managed to get what they did out of her. That makes it sound so bad. Her scenes are heartbreaking in season 3. Ugh. Yeah, no. I mean, she's been the face of the Twin Peaks fandom for a long time. Of everybody, she was one of the actors involved who was most friendly towards like the fan community. And yeah, that scene with Bobby and his dad in the diner is one of the best scenes in the entire show, and it's one of my favorites. So in the first episode of my Twin Peaks series, I say, oh, it's like Bobby's possessed. This is my theory, and I will be coming back to it. That's actually like a big kind of important point from that sort of theory, is that moment is a turning point for his character in a lot of ways. And that's sort of part of my interpretation. Oh. Whee. What are we looking at here? Still 32 people watching, huh? Dang, y'all. Why do I have 13 Twitter notifications? What the fuck? Oh. Huh? Okay. Huh. Few random notifications. Just gonna all right, chat. Let's see what you got now. Whoops. Don't open my mail. Oh, good. What does the fucking president of a school have to say for himself now? Oh. Complete a survey and you might win an iPod. Ugh. Hello, Nova Grace. What is the mood? I don't know. Yeah, Lynchian mood is right. Someone earlier asked what I was reading. And I'll give you one guesses is how many you get as to what I'm reading. It's not a surprise at all. It's Homestuck. Got this in the mail today, so I'm real excited because I'm doing a big Homestuck reread, I guess, along with everybody who's ever read Homestuck, because we're approaching the 10-year anniversary, and everybody's expecting new content in April. So I've been reading through the hardback books, and like I've been like had paused my read through basically so that I could get to this book. And what's good about him is that every page has commentary from Andrew Hussey himself. A lot of which is joking, but a lot of which is also good for someone like me who often struggles with making connections for a story as vast as this one. But I'm excited to finally have this in my hands so I can just plow through the rest of Homestuck. And then work on my video about Homestuck for March, probably. Homestuck actually translates really well to paper and ink. There's certain bit of magic that's lost for a lot of the single panel illustrations. When you get to like the full actual like animatic type things, it's actually not it's not that bad. It's good. I find them to be sort of, did I drop this? A little dent in it. I find them to be a useful variation because having just, pages, everything just stopped right in front of you, gives you the opportunity to really like study it in a way that I feel like the actual comic makes a little bit difficult. And going back to the site occasionally, I am able to better sort of appreciate what's going on. The books have helped me understand the early acts way better than I did before. I wish I could say that somebody who's new to the comic should pick up the first book and read it, but the problem is that Hussey's notes at the bottom are incredibly spoiler filled, which is a shame. And so I could just say like, oh, well, don't read that. But like, I wouldn't be able to resist. I don't know. But yeah, I like them. Did the chat die? Or are y'all just entranced by my Homestuck words? Are we still going? Yeah? Are we still... Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, we're still good. Cool. I wish I had a cat to play with. Yeah, Half Pint. The first act is tough to get through. It's very funny and it's well written. It's good stuff. It's just... I don't know. There's a thing that happens with Homestuck where I feel like you have certain expectations of what the comic is, and then you start it and you just don't understand what the fuck it is. And you just sort of like, well, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. But it's very worth muscling through because it's good. And everything that's in there deserves to... What? Deserves? That's not right. everything, like the beginning of the story sets up so much, like as slow as it is, or as slow as it can feel, it is vitally important for the rest of the story. Literally everyone and everything in Homestuck is a recurring character that gets called back to or reincorporated at some point, usually multiple times. So yeah, it's not a comic that you can just sort of jump into. I don't know. Is it? It doesn't feel like lol random to me. Like a lot of it is like inventory management jokes at the beginning, but I don't know. None of it's like random. It's all there for a reason, and it works well. So it's with Still Lobster Face. It's not like Chekhov's everything. It's the thing is all of the like reincorporation. It's not like it's big setup where there's a joke that's made and you're like, oh, what does this mean? It's just the story itself is mimetic. It's a story about internet culture, and I don't know. I'm still figuring out how to talk about it. In my video, the video that I'm going to do about it is why you should read Homestuck, and I'm trying to figure out how to tell people that, how to convince them. I don't know. And yeah, I guess it is steeped in comedy of its time because, I mean, that humor still speaks to me. Like I get it. Like it's a portrait of kids who were very online at that moment in time. I don't know. No, I have not listened to Man's Not Hot. Never heard of that or them. Right now, I'm just sort of talking on whatever. I've been on a Homestuck kick because it's me, but generally, I was braiding a necklace earlier, and now we're just sort of chilling out, relaxing. Well, I'm not going to listen to that right now, but I'll keep that in mind, I guess. Oh, I did miss that question. Thank you for bringing that up. You thought I was gonna sing the Fresh Prince theme? No. No, I don't. I wouldn't even know it well enough to say it. So am I planning on making any other trans videos? The shortest possible answer that I can give is no, in the way that I have done them so far. Is, I guess, yeah. So the longer answer would be, I'm probably never going to do anything like the transitioning video again. I'm sure that I will attempt things of a similar scope, especially once I get to a point where I'm able to hire people. But that video is very singular, and I don't want to do like the same thing but different. I don't want to take that style, that approach, and make it like a thing. I don't know. I don't want to. go from that to then being like, now we're going to do a video about whatever. We'll say what it, how to pass as a woman, just because Mia Mulder made that video. Um, like, so I go and then try to do that video, and as soon as I start repeating myself with that style, with that approach, it dulls the whole thing. It takes away the impact, and I don't know. I don't want to do anything like that again. I am immensely proud of it. I it took a lot out of me, and I don't know that I will ever be able to do anything like that again. Um, but I'm also not like never going to talk about trans stuff ever again. I mean, my podcast is just about that. And then of the many videos on my whiteboard, one, two, three of them are explicitly about trans stuff. More about like trans interpretations or perspectives in media. I don't know. I will, I'm sure, attempt something similar to the transitioning video sometime down the line in terms of like scope and ambition and effort, time, all of that stuff. But the thing is, I don't want to. I spent a lot of time working on that video, and I don't want. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to feel like I have to do that every single time. The podcast is called the Trans Questioning Podcast, and you can find it basically anywhere. So if you just search for it, you can Google it and see it. It's on all of the podcast distribution platforms, except maybe Spotify. I submitted an application for that ages ago, but I never heard back from Spotify. Maybe I should redo that now that I have actual listenership. But yeah, like I have a video on the board about how Shinji from Evangelion can be read as a trans person. I have a video about the work of the Wachowski siblings and their perspective as it's reflected in their work. And I'm still trying to figure that out because it feels like it wants to be a series where I talk about each film individually, which frankly just sounds like another goddamn research project because I always do that to myself. I need to stop picking these fucking ludicrously oversized topics. And then what's the other one? Oh, and then how Spider-Verse can be read as a trans narrative. And that's probably one that I will do relatively soon. Maybe it depends on when the Blu-ray for Spider-Verse comes out. If it comes out in March, in the right time in March, I might release that video then. Because I imagine it would be shorter. I don't have the thesis and proof for that one is a lot shorter, so I could probably make that to be like 25 minutes. So that would be a good thing to have out like before or after the Homestuck video. Yeah, I like the idea of reading Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind as a trans narrative. I'd be really interested to see that. So yeah, no, I have other like trans related things that I'm working on, and I have absolutely no interest in never talking about being trans again. Going forward, I want to remain very vocal about my perspective as a trans person. I just the fact of my transness is just one aspect of who I am, and it's a really important aspect, obviously, especially right now, but it's not really what I want to talk about all the time. Like the podcast is kind of where I get most of that out. And yeah, I don't know. That's sort of where I am. But even in videos where it's not really about being trans, I try to make sure like I bring it up. So I'll kind of offhandedly say like, as a trans person who, et cetera, you know, just sort of like mention it and make sure it's in people's brains. Yeah. I finished my tea? Not quite. Time is it? 11:45. Should I get more wine? Give me $5 if I should get more wine. This is me abusing my platform. Someone cancel me quick. I'm going mad with power. Give me money to drink the fluid that I already possess. Jesus. Don't do that. Canceled. Bothered. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Momo, no. Oh, no! No! Y'all can't take a joke. Fucking crap. Okay. Let's see what you can see. Okay. Make sure you all have a good perspective on this. All right. Here's my wine glass. Just gonna fill her up right there. That's a nice, healthy serving of wine. Got to get it straight from the vine. Thanks for the money, I guess. I could have just ruined this fucking top. I love this. And I just got it. Like, this is basically brand new. Molly just messaged me, just sort of exclaiming, "You just got paid $10 to drink wine live on stream." Like, yeah, that just happened, I guess. So, yep. I've been racking my brain to come up with things to get y'all to send money to me over. Like, how do I encourage people to super chat? Because on the one hand, I don't like manipulating people for money because I feel like I don't deserve it, of course, because I'm a trans person on the internet and a millennial. But on the other hand, my fucking roommate abdicated and left me with an internet bill that's like twice what it should be. And so I'm like, I could use some extra money, but you know, I mean, I'm fine is the thing. Like I'm okay, more or less. I'm okay in the way that a millennial tends to be okay, where it's like, well, I might be homeless in a month, but I'm not homeless now. That's like the level that I'm okay. And I won't be homeless in a month. I'll be fine. I am secure enough that I know I'll at least make it through the end of my lease. And then maybe move up to the city. Ooh. I don't know. Well, everybody, ska. That's a good way to put it. Oh, thank you, Half Pinter. Wow. That's really sweet. Thank you. I'm curious, what's the deal with like the 99 cents? I've never done a super chat before, so I don't know like how or why it does. Oh, is my GoFundMe link still in there? Ah, shit, I need to pull that down. Am I still? Oh, that's a good angle. All right. No, it's not. Wait, you were asking about a different Sarah. Shit. This is confusing. Ah, it's the H. Dang it. That's the intervals it puts it at automatically when you're on mobile. That's so weird. Whatever. Should I put on a hat? Should we start Hat Gang? Are we gonna? Is this gonna be? Oh fuck! Thank you, Carmine B. Internet bills are real. They are quite real. Yeah, please link it. Whatever you want to link, go for it. This is a safe place. Oh, this came across. Oh, you posted this on H Bomber Guys. Excuse me, Discord earlier. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Henry, what you missed is that people started giving me money to drink wine. So I drank it straight from the vine and then complained about internet bills. Then. Yeah, H-Bomb doesn't advertise his Discord too often. And yeah, it's for patrons. I am no longer his patron. I haven't been in a while, but that's nothing. That doesn't say anything about him. It's literally just that it gets to a point where creators reach a certain level of success that I'm like, you're probably fine. You don't need my $1. I don't know. So I have some hats here. So I have this blue number here. I have the Bad Sarah special, which is made by the same person who made this. I have a friend in Texas who was making me hats. There's one that's missing. Where's the green one? I don't know where that would be. Hope I didn't leave it in Texas. That'd be a shame. I might have done that. I have this blue with white stripes, which I don't crochet. That's something I need to learn, but oh. I read your Patreon pledges. I read that as as Peterson, and I'm like, all of your pledges to Jordan Peterson? What the fuck? Who are you? I don't know you. And then I read Patterson. What the fuck? What does that mean? Yeah. I have this, like, the classic sort of oversized beanie that does the flop on the back of your head. Sorry, Daddy Peterson. Big Daddy Jordan. Yeah. I have this pink one, which I've always really liked. Both of these I've worn in a number of videos. I believe I wore this in the Twin Peaks video, and I wore this in several, actually. And then I have this, which I really like. It's a red plaid, and it's like wool lined, but I've never really worn it because of the fucking brand. It just says boy. It just makes me so mad because this fucking hat is so comfy and it looks so good. Boy. And it's like, I don't want people to see that. Like, I think it's funny if it's like ironic, but I feel like people are going to see that and they'll be like, oh, that's a boy. Fuck you. And the thing is, I've tried to like peel it off, but it's really goddamn on there. It's like just way in there. So I guess this is the idea behind yeah, I could probably get it out if I really tried, but is boy racist? I have no idea. I literally got this hat on Amazon just without, just I thought that it looked okay. I have no idea anything about this brand. Nothing whatsoever. If it's racist, I'll rip the tag off and still wear the hat because it's a nice hat. Okay, so I guess this is the idea behind Hat Gang, hashtag Hat Gang, is people vote with money as to which hat I wear. I don't remember who suggested this, but somebody suggested it. And then I guess we continue. God, that's such a dumb thing to ask for. Whatever. I don't know. But yeah, there's the hats. You don't have to give me money. You can just say, like, what's the hat? This is the hat that you should wear. Which one do you like? Which is the one that you should do? I don't know. Molly, I think I'm catching your fucking flu. No, I'm not. I just have a mild cough because I was, like, singing most of this morning whilst I was cleaning. Look at all these dang hats. Oh, I definitely used to wear a fedora. Did I? Wait a minute. I always wanted to, but I was never able to find one. Haven't I watched movies? No, never, actually. Oh yeah, I mean that's why I have so many hats. Is that I did not grow my hair because I was, thinning. But now my hair is growing out more, and I feel better about it. Although I'm sure it looks ridiculous right now. Um, oh right, somebody asked about fog feathers. Okay, I'm gonna wear the blue one. Hashtag hat gang. Bip. And I'll change hats if anybody demands it of me with money. Of course, what would really be good is if I did if I had a bunch of like really silly hats. That would be the one. Okay, so Vlogbrothers. I like them. I've watched their stuff a lot over the years. Wear All at Once. Give me $20. God. Ugh, capitalism. Ugh. Right, Vlogbrothers. I've watched their stuff for a long time, and I enjoy their stuff. A lot of people have a lot of issues with John Green, and like probably most people, I've only read The Fault in Our Stars, and when I read it, I don't know, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fine. I was a piece of shit at the time, so I probably wasn't seeing what it was doing that was deeply problematic. Well, I guess it does match this shirt really well. I also have these. I guess it sort of matches my leggings here. So that's a thing. Fuck. Oh no. Oh shit, that was a joke. Oh. I should have made it bigger. I should have asked for more money. Fuck, I don't know how to do that. Okay. Well, this one definitely goes over top because it's the biggest. This one's going to cause me issues. Let's see. And you're right, Craig. I wasn't joking that much, but I was kind of joking. I mean, hat gang. What was it? I'm glad you liked my Force Awakens video. No, I'm gonna do it. You gave me 20 fucking bucks. I'm gonna do it. So no, I'm probably not gonna do a video about The Last Jedi. And the reason for that is that I feel like everything that there is to say about The Last Jedi has already been said. And I certainly have thoughts about it. Oh, this one should have gone on more soon. More. I don't want to stretch it out. Okay. Reset. There's like a speed run, and I just failed. I got hit by the asylum demon, and I have to restart my speed run. Okay. That Force Awakens video, I rushed it to get it out before The Last Jedi, so that I could actually compare my takes with the final film, and I was really happy to see just how like on the ball I was with a lot of the directions that Rian Johnson took The Last Jedi. And I had fully intended for a long time to do a video about The Last Jedi. Yeah, you're good. About The Last Jedi. But as the discourse just got more and more toxic, it was like, God, what's even the fucking point of this shit? Because like, it's just too much, So like, I don't know. It just like, it doesn't feel like it was worth it anymore. And several people have done like defenses of The Last Jedi that I really agree with, and I feel like they've mostly said everything that I wanted to say. And like maybe at some point I will do a video about The Last Jedi. But at this point, it's just like, if I do, it won't be until after episode 9 comes out, because the discourse is just too toxic, and like, I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. In a no-win scenario. Okay, how do I look? No, I see it. I saw the super chat. Emily, Michelle, yes. 5 nice things about myself. I'm gonna go, yeah, hat gang, etc., etc. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Craig, those are the videos I was thinking of. I'm just catching up on the chat real quick. Rapper the rapper. Oh, Jesus. Yep. Okay, 5 nice things about myself. I know how to wear a hat. Number 1. I'm a good writer. I'm a nice person, which feels monstrously difficult to say. I know when I'm wrong, and I'm happy to admit it, and willing to correct myself aggressively. And I'm kind of cute as a trans woman, which also feels impossible to say, but I said it. So there you go. 5 things. No, not the Mushroom Queen. God damn it. I'm afraid to see what this looks like. Oh no! Oh God, no! Take it away. Jesus. Oh. Okay. As soon as that $20 timer runs out, I'm taking this nonsense off. Oh, it is Wednesday morning now. You're right. Well, hot damn. I get really red very often, actually, Momo. I am notably rosacea-esque, and blush. When I blush hard. Oh, Lord. This $20 timer can't go down fast enough. I shouldn't have looked, honestly. Now that I have, I'm like, God, I look like an ass. But such is life. Oh, wow, Superman just left a comment on one of my videos. What did he say? That was the Star Wars video. Shh. Ah, Superman has some disagreements. Oh, Superman left a fucking really long comment. Wow, Superman. I'm gonna have to... Okay, alright. No. I'll read that later and probably not respond to it. Y'all, I'm just waiting, all right? Who is Pat Fuckboy Ven? I don't get that. The stream is going to keep going. I'm just going to take the hats off whenever 20 goes down. Oh, thank God. Fuck. Look at this. It's like a geode. All the layers. I probably ruined half of these hats. Okay. I'm going to go back to the blue one. Hats. Goodness me. Hat geode gang. I dig it. Oh, it's going to be nice out tomorrow. I can finally go fucking deposit rent money into my bank. Well, that's good news. No, I'm not the Mushroom Queen. God damn it. I like that. That's good. That's a good joke. Oh, bye, Molly. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I hope you have a good night. I hope you feel better. Sorry you've been sick. And I'll talk to you again soon enough, I'm sure. Probably as soon as the stream is over and I'm trying to sleep, I'll be like, Molly, I can't sleep because of reasons. It's probably fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Now what? Now what do we do? I don't feel like going to bed. I could always play a video game of some variety. I could keep talking to y'all. I am not a dancer. Dancing ain't my thing. At least not yet. What is a video game? I don't know. Yeah, I like gay weed. Gay weed is good. What's going on over on Twitter? Let's see. Oh. I've never played Counter-Strike Global Offensive, but I don't know. From looking at it, it just never seemed like my thing. Uh, I don't know. There's a weird middle ground where I rest, where it's like extraordinarily complex, not complex, but like precise FPS games, and then I don't know what's over on this side, but in the middle is games like Halo, which is like it's precise, but it's just imprecise enough that I can be good at it. And it's relatively forgiving. I don't know. Boop. Consider your signal boosted. The TF2 mod for Roblox. That's a weird one. No, a lot of the games that I really like is a lot of the games that I really like are FPSs. No problem, Sarah. I hope it helps. Um, all right. It should be in the chat. Oh, everybody, everybody just in the chat, make sure that you're on live chat as opposed to top chat. Because when it's on top chat, it sort of automatically filters out links and like other stuff. I wonder if there's a setting for that. Oh, I don't like how my hat meshes with the background. Where is, there you are. No, take me to there and see. Do I have a preferred Peridot ship? I really, the one that's always stuck in my brain is Peridot and Amethyst. But that's like the early thing. I mean, I think like Peridot and Lapis were made for each other, and I love them together so much. But like, I don't know, the way that Peridot and Amethyst interacted in like one episode was just so good, and made my entire life forever. That's well. Oh, hold on. No, don't. God, are you gonna make me fucking do that every single time? Ugh, whatever. Yeah, my favorite gemstone combination. Here we go. I'm gonna put on the Evil Sarah hat. Which of course means what shirt was I wearing when I played this? Yeah, I really wish that Amethyst and I wish that there was more time spent on a lot of different character interactions, but I also kind of understand why. Um, uh, good there ships. I feel like you did not get a word right there. Hmm. Hmm. Yo, what was the shirt I was wearing? Other ships. Gotcha. Um. Um. I really like Lars and Sadie. Lars and Sadie are super good together. Despite the fact that Lars is a fucking piece of shit. And I was so sad in the most recent episode that they didn't get to talk more. I wanted them to like hug and kiss. Let them kiss. It's already been implied that they had sex. Um, yeah, Lars is a very good boy now. Um, I'm waiting in season 6 for Lars to scream and open up a portal to another place because that's a power that Lion has. So Lars should have the ability to scream and make portals, and he should also have the power to walk on water. So I guess we'll see. That's a potential ramification we haven't seen yet. I'm in the middle of rewatching Steven Universe, and I'm so excited to get to all that stuff because it's so good. No, what was I wearing when I played Bad Sarah in the transitioning video? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I do know. Okay, yeah, it was that dress. That's right. You know, that's a good question. Does Lars have the ability to reach into his own head? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, Momo, I'm glad to keep you company. Try to get some sleep. Oh, did y'all read today's newspaper? Big, big, big news. Batman saved an entire family. That's nothing to sneeze at. Hey, look. It's Harvey Dent. Wow. Ah. Playboy Bruce Wayne can't stop partying. Just can't. It's in his blood. Rash of clown sightings jolts worried city. Ah! Oh, that's good. That's so dumb. I love it. Yeah, this is a promotional newspaper from The Dark Knight. One of my old roommates had just a whole bunch of them. Have a good night, Carmine. Thank you for hanging out. Thoughts on Zutara? I don't know what that is. Sorry. Oh, is Sarah going to bed too? No? Oh, Zuko and Katara. Oh. Zuko x Katara. Only if they form a polyamorous triad with Aang. Because I feel like there's kind of a is it kismesitude? Hold on. I need to consult my notes. Hold on a second. I gotta check the names of the shipping grids. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. Did I really not clarify in my notes? I guess it must be though. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I was right. Yeah, so I think Aang and see. Ong. Um, yeah, no, I think Aang and Zuko have sort of a kismessitude thing going on where they're sort of like they're rivals. Well, I don't know. Hold on a second. It started off that way, but oh no, they're moe rails. Oh my god. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then I feel like Katara is Zuko's auspicious, is that right? Yeah. And then Katara and Aang are mate sprits. There's almost a good quadrant there. Just need one more person. I really want to do a. I'm sorry, everybody. That was a Homestuck thing. I was putting Avatar ships through the lens of Homestuck shipping grids, troll romance. Um. So. Yeah, no, I get so bored watching anything with love triangles anymore because it's like, why is there tension here? Just say no, or say nothing, or say yes, and ask the other person if they're interested as well. Maybe y'all should just hug together, all three of you, and I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Zuko needs a big group hug, and like a big group smooch. Oh, do I have any Twin Peaks ships? So somebody fucking suggested Cooper and Audrey, and how dare you? No, that's one of my. That's it's so it's ugh. It's so. No, Michelle, no. She's like 15 years old and he's fucking like 26. It's bad. It's a bad ship. It was literally written like it was meant. Okay, yeah, she's 18, whatever, but like it's still too big. It's still too much of a, it's still too much. It's still too much. Like that age difference. I get uncomfortable when like a 21-year-old person is dating an 18-year-old. Like, nah. No. She's a child. And he's more or less an adult, even if he's a child at heart. Like if they were both older, be a different story. But when you're that close to it, your teens, yeah, eat shit. And it's a power imbalance. There's a lot of issues with that. Oh no, yeah, she's so fucking hot. For Cooper. So no, Craig. First of all, there are a number of things. So you ask, isn't that what Lynch was going for in the first season, but ABC changed it? There's a number of issues with your question. The first is that by the point that is like really kicking up the sort of romantic tension between Audrey and Dale, Lynch wasn't really involved in the writing room as much. There were a number of other people involved who were writing about that, writing that. From what I understand, from what I can tell, Lynch was actually pretty strong on the idea that Cooper was so the idea of him being asexual is not something that anybody would have vocalized as like asexual, but to my mind, it's like it seems like Lynch thought of Cooper as more or less asexual. And it was like Mark Frost and various other people in the writer's room who were trying to make him to be like more sexual. And then and with Lynch's departure in season 2, for most of season 2, we see Cooper's like sexual side start to stir up a lot more. And we especially see that in the second Twin Peaks tie-in book, which is the autobiography of Dale Cooper, which basically is just about him as a sexual person. So it feels to me like that's less Lynch. But the other thing is that it wasn't ABC that caused the romance to change. It was actually Kyle MacLachlan. MacLachlan himself felt uncomfortable with the age differential between him and Audrey, between Dale and Audrey, and he basically said, like, I'm not going to do it because it's inappropriate. So, yeah, there you go. You think those books are just for show? I read them, motherfucker. Get out of here. You've been very kind to me. I don't know why I'm being confrontational. To the based on everything that I've read, it's not that they didn't get along. It seems like they get along just fine. I don't know, but I could be wrong about that. It's hard to say. Yeah, I like Cooper is asexual. That's sort of my ship. And then let's see, catch up on. So, Comrade May, your partner is 19 and poly with a 30-year-old. I mean, that's fine. It's consensual. It's fine. I have never met a 19-year-old or been a 19-year-old who was remotely capable of contributing anything of substantial long-term value to a relationship. That's a bad way to word that. Who was mature enough to really be able to be the kind of person that would operate effectively in a long-term relationship. I don't know. My experience has been that there are so many there are so many things, and I guess my perspective is heavily influenced by the fact that my mom died when I was 19, and that forced me to grow up very fast because I kind of was left to my own devices, more or less. So I had to develop a level of maturity that a lot of other people my age maybe didn't have to necessarily. So even at like 20 and 21, I felt a tremendous gap between me and people just a couple of years my junior. So that's only widened as time has gone on. So from my perspective, the sort of thing that I'm looking for in a partner, I just like the idea and having seen friends recently fall into relationships with people on the younger side, it seems like it's a risky maneuver, is what I would say. Oh God, Craig Cooper as Jughead. I love it. Oh, that's so good. And the thing is, like, May Leitz, YouTuber May Leitz of Nick Spheres, who is the co-host of my podcast, uh, she is in a relationship with Elliot, who's a trans man, and he's 21. Um, why did I feel the obligation to say he's a trans man? That's problematic. Um, but he's 21, and May is 25. So that's not really that bad, honestly. No, that's fine. Jesus, I don't know, but her and Elliot together are fucking amazing. They're so much fun to hang around. Oh yeah, my parents had a huge difference. Um, Granted, they separated, so I don't know. My perspective is very particular because I haven't been in very many relationships. I'm gray sexual. Uh, I haven't been in enough relationships to know exactly how I am in a relationship, but I have a hard time imagining I would ever be monogamous. To me, like, polyamorous is the only thing that makes sense because my emotional and sexual availability are challenging for a relationship. And I just don't feel like it's fair to approach somebody that I have, like, that I hypothetically love and say, like, I want to be in a relationship with you, but I want to deny you various needs that you have. And I will be mad at you if you try to fulfill those needs elsewhere, because I sure as hell am not going to do that for you. And this is not me making a wider judgment to other people, but like, for me personally, I don't want to deprive anybody of what they want or need for their own happiness, for their own health, you know. And it's easy to be like, sex, it's just for fun or whatever. And like, I'm not a particularly sexual person in a general sense. It takes a lot of emotional connection for me. I guess in that regard, I'm more demisexual than anything. But like, I'm still not like I'm fine without it. But I know a lot of people like it's not just like a fun thing. It's a fucking it's a part of being alive, and it's an escape, and it's fun, and it's good for a lot of people. It hasn't been particularly good for me because I am I was closeted for a very long time as a trans person and didn't wind up with the most communicative of partners and had a lot of very bad experiences that are sort of retroactively non-consensual, in the sense that to the best of our knowledge at the time, they were consensual. So I don't know. My experience is very particular as regards to relationships. Let's see. Yeah, communication is the most important part. And that's true of like all relationships is the thing. Um, what I've learned as over the last couple years is that if you don't communicate with people, and bad things can happen even for friends. You know, I don't know, I was in a fucking terrible situation with one of my closest friends because he decided to stop communicating with me, and I felt like I wasn't allowed to communicate with him. Yes, Mel, it is still going. We're talking about relationships now. We've come a long way. I feel weird talking about this. Not like weird like I don't want to, but I don't know. Like this time last year, I was I don't know, I was in the middle of like one of the worst periods of my life because my best friend, like he had moved out to Oklahoma. We started a YouTube show together, and we'd worked on it we did an episode a day every day for over a year. And around 9 months, I decided to start kicking back up my personal channel. And he got mad about that. And it doesn't matter. A lot of shit happened. But we lived together along with two other people who were my friends that he grew to like. And basically, after a certain point, he stopped talking to me. And this would have been in like August, basically right after I came out as trans, both to myself and to him and to our other two roommates. Basically right after that is when he stopped talking to me. And then I tried to make it up to him for a long time. I don't know. He said he wanted space, so I gave him space, whatever. But I don't know. He'd been my best friend for over a decade, and yes, I've talked about him on the podcast at least once. If you go back to the earliest episodes, like the first 20 episodes are set during the time that I'm describing. Like the episode titled Emotional Breakdown ASMR was sort of me literally like sobbing in the kitchen while cooking because I felt like I wasn't allowed to live in the place I was living. And like that was the thing, is that I felt like my existence was just completely unwanted in this house, and I had nowhere else to go. And they were all sick of me, and they were all just sort of waiting for the lease to run up so that they could move. They moved out to California, and we'd been planning to move together for a really long time. But due to some fuckery, I needed to take one more class in order to graduate in December, which was this past December, and they were planning to leave in June. So I remember trying to talk to them about it at one point, and they sort of shook it off, like, oh, we'll figure it out at some point. And yeah, things have been hard, but that's how it goes, right? The sort of like half-baked neologisms and whatever. That's not the right word, but fuck it. And I haven't talked to him since. He hasn't tried to talk to me since. And the thing is that I blamed myself for the whole thing. Like, I didn't leave my room. I didn't talk to anybody. I felt like I was like, I don't know. Can you imagine what it's like to feel like you're not welcome in your own home? Like with your closest friends, the closest friends that you've ever had in your whole life. I've known a lot of people to die. I've moved a lot. I am no stranger to loss. But if you ever asked me like who I could rely on, I would say like it's my friends. And specifically, I would have said him. I would have said his name. So, to be fair, like, I fucked up a bit with him. But, I don't know. I wrote a letter to him at one point that came out to like 12 pages. And a while back, I cracked that open because I never gave it to him. I cracked that open and read it to Molly, actually, who was in the stream earlier, and kind of had a big breakdown while reading it because I realized that the language I was using was the language of somebody in an abusive relationship who was shouldering all of the blame for everything wrong in the relationship and just saying, please, please forgive me. I don't care about anything besides just you saying like, no, it's okay, we're good. And then everything can go back to normal and it's fine. And it literally took me until September or October of 2018, several months after they had moved out to California, before I really started to understand that it wasn't all my fault and to not like hate myself for what the fuck that was. And now I'm just angry. Now I'm just fucking mad about it. And so ever since then, I've been like anytime a friend talks to me about a friend that they have, or they have any kind of like weird situation going on, I'm pretty quick to say, like, talk to them about it or drop them, because no relationship is automatic. Nothing is autopilot. Like, it takes work, it takes effort. And the thing is that since coming out, like since transitioning, I've felt so much more capable of maintaining relationships, and like this desire to really want to stay connected with people and to tell my friends that I love them and, you know, get closer to them. And it takes work. Like, it's and friendships are no different. Like, the idea that there is like a demarcation between friendships and relationships. A problem that I always have is that I have a hard time telling the difference between like platonic affection and romantic affection. And, you know, I don't know, like, as somebody who is like demisexual and gray asexual, you know, I like, I don't know, I just like to be close to people. So it's like, it's difficult sometimes to be like, I don't know. It's just, it all takes work. And for me, where I've landed is just say, you know, when I feel the desire, like, you know, I would like to hug you, or like, I would like it if we laid in bed and just hugged each other and didn't do anything. Like, I'm not interested in having sex. I would just like to be close to another person for a while, you know? We live in a culture where that is deemed like intimately romantic and automatically expected to lead to sex. And so just saying that to another person is just this like really frustrating thing, where suddenly they're like, oh, so you're like sexually attracted to me. You know, 6 or 7 months ago, there was a friend that I was getting close to that I had that process with, and I said, well, you know, the worst that can happen is that I, you know, if I ask them, hey, would you like to go out on a date sometime, maybe see if we are attracted to each other, you know, if the worst that they say is no, and then we go back to how it was. But like, they were not having it. They were very mad at me. I actually talked about it on the podcast at some point, and it would have been in like August or September of 2018, I believe. But it's like, I don't know, people who can't handle that, like, they're just not worth my time then. So like, whoops, spilled a bit of wine there. That's fine. Luckily I have dark socks and I don't care about these leggings. We're really into wine gang now. So yeah, like, I've been really lonely lately because I'm finally in a place where I'm able to like do a relationship in a way that I wasn't before. Wine hat gang, that's good. Yeah, my default mode is I spilled a little bit of wine. Yeah. Um, oh, Christopher Shaw. Thank you. Um, this feels like a weird thing to say, and I've had to say it a couple of times, and it sucks. And it's like, it makes people uncomfortable, I guess, but like, the big project of the last 9 months of my life have been sort of reckoning with the fact that I thought that I had a pretty good life, and actually pretty much exclusively bad things have happened to me for the last 29 years. There's been a lot of really good things that have happened to me in those years, but it has just consistently been this backslide of misery, and realizing that and accepting it has been tough and cathartic. I feel like we live in a culture that systematically disincentivizes us from embracing our own hardship and just saying like, yeah, actually I've had a hard time, because there's the whole like, well, but there's starving children in Africa, so what do you have to complain about? And pain is relative, but that whole thing just pisses me off so much. But it's like, all that is deflection. And it's more complicated. And the fact that it feels subversive to admit that I've had a hard life says a lot about how fucked up our world is. Like, this is not the ideal. And I am so fucking fed up with so many people in the public eye and people who are like in office and running the world saying that like capitalism is obviously the best system and that nothing else can be better, and that we need to make America great again. It's all just pushing the weight of the reality of living, pushing the fucking demand of actually working to maintain the relationship that is human connection on the people who have no choice but to bear that burden, the people who don't have the privilege to be able to pretend that it's not happening. And the instant anybody tells me at this point that well, maybe capitalism is fine, or maybe our system of government is fine, or maybe this or maybe that, it's like, okay, so then you just don't fucking get it then. And that's it. So if you follow me on Twitter, you've seen some of my, you might have seen some of my like curious cat responses recently, where I sort of sarcastically respond to a bunch of like right-wing idiots sort of trying to goat me into validating their bullshit by pretending that it's worth addressing. And the thing is, like, when it comes to communism and socialism, I know I'm right and I don't fucking care. Like, I don't feel any obligation to debate anybody about the fact that, like, some combination of socialism, communism, anarchy in the traditional sense, some combination thereof is just correct. And, like, I don't have to debate that. History bears it out. I don't give a shit. And, like, yes, there's bad examples, but that's just how it goes. And it's... And that's the thing, is that anytime you actually have this conversation, that's where it goes. It's like, well, but what about this? And you have to address that. And they're like, but then you see, and it just goes on and on and on. Nah, I just don't even fucking engage in that entire conversation, because it's pointless. Why is it so weird that I want to love the world that I'm in, you know? I don't know. Let's catch up on the chat. Let's see what's going down. Jacqueline, I'm glad that you stopped by for some of it. I hope that you caught what you needed to catch. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Half Piner, I know what that's like. People who sort of just want you to keep on going. God, yeah, Comrade May, anybody who says pull yourself up by your own bootstraps is full of shit. Oh, everybody ska, that sucks. I'm sorry, I'm a slow reader, so. And yeah. Christopher Shaw, thank you so much. You're rad. I agree with Michelle Lee. Non-agreed upon hierarchies are inherently exploitative. That's a fucking good way to put it. Thank you, Sarah. Hang the parasites, all power to the workers. Yeah. Just scrambles, please don't hurt yourself. I'm going to have so much more chat to catch up on. I want to weigh in on self-harm, but that's a big topic. And it takes a lot to weigh in on. So I won't. Jess, I hope that you're okay. And I'm glad that this is helping a little bit. And I'm sorry that you heard enough that you feel like you might have to self-harm. And yeah, Rachel, like that's the default argument. We all live in a society, yeah. Yeah, tired trans gang. Yes, curiosity, we can talk about other things. I have a sort of mentions of self-harm weigh on me, and I feel oh, no, Michelle, absolutely not. A year ago, I definitely would not have thought that I'd been here. And so I feel, I get the sense that y'all are sort of witnessing some kind of like profound sadness from me. But the fact is that I would not have been physically capable of saying what I have said even 6 months ago, let alone a year ago. This isn't sadness. I don't regret it. I just am. I don't know. I don't know. Curiosity. No, you didn't. You didn't come off as dismissive, but Uh, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I don't want people to feel. I mean, I was about to launch into some kind of rant about self harm, and that's not. That's triggering. That's heavily triggering, and I don't want to. This is supposed to be a good time stream. uh, for what it's worth, this is the reason why I'm worried about getting more successful, because I mean, obviously, I like I've said already, economically I'm struggling. I'm struggling way less because I'm making a pretty good amount of money on Patreon. Like my rent is paid, but my bills are not all the way paid, and my actual living expenses are not paid at all. But it's like it's a good amount, and why the fuck was I talking about that? Jesus Christ, I do this so much. Um, I was talking about donations for some reason. I don't know. Whatever. You know that feeling where you're just like, you're in the middle of a sentence and you're like working at like, okay, I'm gonna lay the foundation for this house, and then suddenly the house is just gone, and you're like, what was this foundation for? Huh? Oh, Jesus Christ! Why I'm fearful of getting successful? Duh. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Will to Win. Um, yeah. It's not fear. It's worry in that this thing that's happening here, where I'm talking to y'all and you're talking back to me. I really enjoy it, and it's very intimate, and I feel like y'all are enjoying it. Uh, I'm grateful for the success that I have, and I need more. Which is another one of those things that feels guilty to say, even though it's just factually true. But there will come a time when this level of intimacy just won't be possible. Like, the audience will be too big. There'll be too many people trying to chime in. I don't know. I don't want to get there. Like, I'll miss being able to have these small, intimate streams. Like, a number of people have said that they like the fact that I read their comments in the stream. Like, I spend most of my time reading the stream. I always make sure I have access to it and that I can glance at it. I always, like, if I'm playing a game, I try to pause it and look at the stream. The other night when I was playing Apex Legends, it's like, I felt weird playing that because it was just me playing a video game, you know? And so I just know eventually that this won't happen eventually. Like, this won't be sustainable eventually. And I hate that. That really sucks. But that's sort of just how it goes. I don't know. I've been thinking about how to deal with that. I guess we'll see. And that's the other part of it, is that like the solution is super chat, where there's a million people commenting rapid fire, like, okay, I want my comment to be seen, I'm going to do a super chat, I'm going to give $5 or whatever. And now the streamer will get a notification that I gave them money, and then they'll have to read my comment. And it's like, I appreciate the money, but the idea that you have to pay me in order for me to see what you have to say in what is ostensibly some kind of conversation is so fucked up. And it's a solution to a problem presented by scale. It's just, there's no winning. And I hate it. And that's sort of why I've felt so awkward about like super chat this entire time, because it's this flow of like half jokingly saying like, give me money and I'll put on a bunch of hats. But also feeling incredibly guilty for like demanding money. I don't know, or asking for it. I don't know. It's complicated. It's so complicated and so frustrating. Comrade May, I didn't know that BuzzFeed is unionizing. That's really a good thing. I wish it would have happened before the CEO laid off like 40 people, but hey, that's better than nothing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that comment. Curiosity. I don't know if there's a journalists union, but I wouldn't be surprised if. I mean, the thing is that the Silicon Valley is a weird. It's a weird, bad place. I don't know. Yeah. So Curiosity said that Contra used to be able to do chill streams where she just chilled and watched YouTube videos with chat, and I wish she could do things like that now because she needs the interaction. And I 100% agree. And it's like, that's another one of my worries. Is earlier in this stream, I vocalized that I have my feelings on Natalie are growing ever more complicated. And as much as I still more or less enjoy her work, it's still it's getting difficult to some extent. And like, I can't help but feel like there is this element of she's so successful that she's like fundamentally disconnected, and people say she's reading certain criticisms wrong, and it's like, well, that wasn't the tone of what people were saying when they were criticizing her for this. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's true, but you reach a certain scale and the amount of criticism you get is just algorithmically voluminous. Like it's too immense to really take in, and you just can't at a certain point. And the only option available to you, more or less, is to sort of disengage, because the alternative is like trying to address every single person, and it's just not possible. It's a no-win scenario. There's nothing you can. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Which is not me invalidating anybody's criticisms of Natalie, because it's just like May has criticisms of Natalie that I didn't agree with, but I have come to agree with more as time has gone on. And I'm not here to talk down anybody on their subjective experience. Sorry if there's noise now. The heat just kicked on, which is good, honestly, because it's getting kind of cold in here. But yeah, Sarah Sunflower, I agree with you. Like, yeah, the production value is a little bit too high at this point. I feel like she is... This is a very specific issue that I have with her, where she's somebody who comes from like a philosophy background as opposed to a filmmaking background. So she feels compelled to do everything herself. And I feel like I wish she would hire people and like be more ambitious in other elements besides simply just like set and costume. But that's a whole thing. But like, yeah, there is an element of when you've started producing things so much, you start squeezing the soul out of it. And yeah, Comrade May, wait, hold on. No, Curiosity. I don't think she'll ever be able to be as funny as she was a year ago. Yeah. Unless she voluntarily pares things down and like steps away. And I think she'll have to do that eventually. But yeah. Let's see. Human brains aren't designed to function on the scale of relationships that the internet makes possible. But capitalism... Comrade May, abso-fucking-lutely. And that's the thing that people on our level don't understand. Oh, God, and I say our level, like, I'm not at y'all's level anymore. I'm higher up the ladder now, which is like, I'm not that much higher, but it won't be long before I am. If that sounds cocky, it's not. I'm terrified, but it feels inevitable at this point, unless I just fucking completely drop the ball. Anyway, like, it's so easy when you're one person looking at a lone YouTuber, and you say like, well, why isn't she hearing me? And the thing is that she is, but she's hearing everybody, and it's just impossible. It's just impossible to make sense of all that noise. And we inherently, like, we have to feel good about ourselves. We have to feel like we're not fucking up everything that we do. So we rationalize, and we lose our ability to really see the effect that we're having. And of course, it's impossible to forget the fact that Natalie has a lot of people telling her that her stuff helps them, that it affects them, changes their worldview, all of that. So it's like, of course she doesn't hear all the criticism. Of course she doesn't learn the lesson such that there is one. It's too big. It's too complicated. And I hate that that's the thing. And I don't want to get there. I don't want to get to that point. Lauren Ha, cis people laughing at her self-deprecation is difficult. I don't know. Was it a hello that got retracted? That's so stupid. Um, Curiosity, I agree with you that I won't hit that point doing what I'm doing now. Oh, is the stream lagging? Hold on. Okay. We seem to be back now. I saw some comments that were interesting. This is so weird. Um, to address a couple of things that are said up above in the chat, you should not be afraid to make YouTube videos because there are a million people out there who are churning out their own garbage without any self-awareness whatsoever as to its quality, who don't give a shit what anybody thinks. And there are those people, there's some percentage of those people who are making a living off of that. So just do it. Just do it. Because your voice is valuable, and even if things are complicated and there's a lot of stress involved, like, your perspective is needed and you can do it, and YouTube is the place for it. And you might not find success immediately, but you can. And I just don't like to see anybody feel dissuaded from speaking out on a platform that literally is you in the title. And I know that's sort of a misnomer because it's everyone, and it's, I don't know. Like, you shouldn't talk yourself out of doing something if you feel like you could. You know, that's my feeling on it. And look, like, I have so much self-awareness about my stuff. Hold on. Yeah, like, everybody feels extraordinary, um, imposter syndrome. H Bomber Guy, Harris Bomberman, Harriton Splimby, fucking that guy. He felt like an imposter in his own goddamn stream. Um, Good night, Comrade May. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Um, he felt like an imposter in his own goddamn stream because, like, Chelsea Manning was there, Alexandria Ocasio Cortez was there, so many other people were there, and it's like everybody, everybody feels like an imposter. No human being who gets any level of success does not feel like they're an imposter, except for like a handful of just genetically unlikely human beings. But so, I don't know. What I try to remind myself of is I am incredibly self-aware, and I'm very critical of the quality of the stuff that I make, which is why it takes forever to do. I spend a lot of time editing my stuff, probably way more time than I should, honestly. And the thing is that most people don't care, and a lot of the stuff that I've released that I felt was way below my bar of quality is stuff that people have really liked. My video about Anya's ghost, I had that recorded for 2 months and I thought it was garbage. I edited it together and I thought it was a half measure. I thought it was not good enough. And a lot of people really like it. Uh, so I don't know. A lot of the stuff that I just dislike the most of my own work is the stuff that a lot of people really like. So, yeah, like you just gotta trust it. You just gotta go with it. Um, I've been trying to let go of that and just be like, so much of being successful is just trusting that you have a good intuition and just going, because the only difference between you and a successful person is that a successful person generally has stuffed down their fears that they are in fact an imposter. Yeah, fake it till you make it is the thing, and I hate it because it's such a ubiquitous phrase that it has lost all of its teeth, but it is evergreen. Like, if you just pretend that you know what the fuck you're talking about, people will think you know what the fuck you're talking about. Fake it till you stop crying yourself to sleep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Curiosity. Like, just do a cursory search on YouTube and see just how many people are out there making the shittiest, low effort, garbage videos that you could ever possibly imagine. Look at those videos and then realize to yourself, like, eventually you'll hit a point where, like, you say to yourself, I could do better in my fucking sleep. And then you realize, why don't I? And then do it, you know? It's okay to do it out of spite. I do a lot of things out of spite, especially these days. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey is a good example. Zoe Eras, I mean, I fucking. How many comments are on the transitioning video at this point? Let's see. Video manager. $366 comments on the transitioning video. There, as far as I know, and I've reviewed most of them, although I don't get notifications on comments, so there are probably a lot that I haven't seen actually. But last time I checked, almost every single goddamn one of them was positive, was people saying, oh, this video affected me. 366 fucking comments about that. The video is over 20,000 views. I have well over 100 people giving me money on Patreon. I have people regularly giving me money in Super Chat or on like Ko-fi or wherever else. And I get messages all the time. I get emails, I get Curious Cats, whatever. People saying like, you know, my stuff affected them and they really like it and that, you know, it did something important for them, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, even with all of that, even with literally hundreds of people saying that my stuff affected them in a positive way and that they want me to see more, they want me to do more, I still feel like a fucking imposter. I feel like, what the hell am I doing? My stuff is garbage. Obviously, it's not worth anybody's time or attention. I should just stop and get a normal job, die in obscurity, and just disappear. But like, nah. No. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Doesn't matter because this is the only thing that I'm good at. That's not true. But it's something that I'm good at and that I give a shit about. And even though it baffles me that people support me so much, like, Sarah Sunflower, yes. My Patreon does have upfront billing because it is there's a lot of stuff for $5 patrons specifically that is valuable. So if a person were to pledge $5 but not pay it, they could potentially get in and get all the stuff that they want and then leave without actually paying for it. maybe Patreon has the ability to avoid that. I don't know, but it's so far it's been good, but like, yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean, like the thing with my Patreon, even the $5 tier is the behind the scenes tier, and the whole point of that is like when I was starting out, I wanted to know how does H Bomber Guide make his shit? What's his process like? And even in his own sort of like BTS esque tier, I never felt satisfied with his sort of behind the scenes stuff. And I couldn't find anywhere any like breakdowns of process for anybody. And so my thought with that tier for me was like, I'll actually break this shit down. Like, what does my process look like? When do I feel like I fail? When do I feel like I succeed? How have my thoughts evolved over time? And I didn't think that anybody would ever give a shit what I had to say when I started. Nothing that I said had any value until it did. And I did it. I did it because I was like, well, I could sit here and just assume that no one will ever care what I have to say, or I can hope that eventually they will, and then they'll go back and they'll see this and like, yeah. I want to be transparent about my process. I really dislike the feeling one gets when they watch some video or some film or whatever and feel this like I could never make anything that good. That sort of, blown away by how amazing something is or whatever. When nobody who makes something good just kicked open the doors making that thing. There's a lot of labor that went into getting to that point. And so the whole point of that for me is just chronicling, like, if you become a patron, even for just $1, and I'm going into the fucking sales pitch now, there is a 30-minute video essay that only patrons get to watch, which is essentially the episode 0 of my series on metamodernism, which the Force Awakens video is episode 1 of. And this episode 0 is meant to sort of lay out the history of periodization in art movements and art history, art studies. And I had this whole roadmap laid out for the series about metamodernism. And I spent years developing my thoughts on it and working on it and building it up. And after I did that first episode, which is about The Force Awakens, I just felt like it was fundamentally broken as a concept in a number of ways, and that persisting in it just wouldn't be good for the health of my channel, for I don't know, it just wouldn't be as good as I wanted it to be. And it would be just misguided in a general sense. So I scrapped the whole thing. I scrapped the whole series. The Twin Peaks series is sort of an offshoot of the metamodernism series, because one of the next videos, if you watch the Force Awakens video, you'll see at the end when I have like a teaser for other videos that supposedly would follow that one. There's a lot of like, I think it's like there's Blade Runner 2049, there's Twin Peaks: The Return, there's Bo Burnham, and then Cards Against Humanity, I think, are those ones. So like there's a lot of the video topics that I wanted to cover in that series that I'm still going to cover, but like, I don't know, that was a big project, and I've thought about taking the Force Awakens video down or re-editing it and making it more palatable, but I want my failures to be on display. I don't want people to think I'm perfect. I don't want people to think that I just do things that are really well polished or whatever. I don't know. Hello, obviously, Ross. Yeah, Craig, that's the whole thing. Pretty much anybody who gets praised for their cinematic debut has spent a lot of time actually making stuff long before their debut. And it's sort of a misnomer. And it's a popular misunderstanding. And that's really frustrating when it comes to discussing this stuff. Yeah, Oliver, this is definitely the end of a discussion, or at least towards the end of a discussion that we've been having for a while now. But I'm grateful that you feel helped by my videos and my stuff. And I'm also very grateful for your contribution to my project in that you sent me this fucking capture card, which I wasn't able to use tonight, but I had every intention of doing so. Curiosity. I actually really like the scanline video. I was hoping that they would do more, but I see where you're coming from with that. I don't know. F Pint, thank you so much. Oh gosh, I have to teach a class in 10 fucking minutes? Good night. Okay, well, have a great class. Good luck. Thank you so much for coming by. Jess, I wouldn't be surprised if Shane Carruth did stuff before Primer. Although I could be wrong about that. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that wasn't his first thing. But Shane Carruth, like, when I say first thing, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Shane Carruth was making videos on his own before he made Primer. Stuff that never, like, saw a festival. It was just sort of like fun things with friends or whatever. I don't know. That seems to be a popular thing among a lot of people. Or he spent many years thinking about movies, which is its own form of labor. I actually have a video about that in the works. But even still, Shane Carruth is a fucking genius and amazing. And yeah, 8th Grade is great. But also, Bo Burnham has been in entertainment for a really long time. Like, it's not as if with 8th Grade he's like, how do I make media? He's been thinking about this for a very long time. Thank you, Ren Files, for staying up with us, and I'm glad that you feel your day has gotten better. Good night, everybody. Ska, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Cole Baresa. It's H-Bomb's schedule has clearly been really messed up. He's contributing a thing to the next episode of my podcast, actually, and it took him a couple weeks to get it to me because things just kept coming up, and it's like, I get it. It's frustrating. I feel wholly overwhelmed by all of the shit that I have to keep up with, and I'm not even at 10,000 subscribers. So it's like, it's a whole fucking thing. Although, a little bit of perspective though, for me, in my pompous ass, I'm not even at 10,000 subscribers. Get the fuck out of here. Who do I think I am? Come on now. I think I topped out at 800 subscribers in like early October. And then I did my video defending ContraPoints the Aesthetic, and Natalie retweeted that video, and I gained like 7,000 something subscribers over the course of like 2 weeks. So I don't know. Maybe that's another part of why I feel like such an imposter, because it feels like I didn't really earn the success. It just sort of happened by wild fucking luck, that I happened to make the right video at the right time, that the right person decided to retweet it and keep it on their fucking page for a solid several weeks. Like, it's a whole thing. Yeah, statistically not, Sam, most of the people on this chat found me through that video. That video has over 100,000 fucking views. That eclipses everything else on this channel by a pretty hefty magnitude. Oh god. And I have a lot of mixed feelings about that video, but it is what it is, right? I've gotten several messages. Whoa, wait. Hold on. Sarah Sunflower. What? I was in the Best of BreadTube post? What? I actually looked at that like 3 days ago and didn't see my name anywhere. What? Am I thinking of the right post? Hold up a second. Am I... Okay. That's wild to me. Best post by upcoming creator? What the fuck? Okay. I guess we'll see. What? How did I miss this? Oh shit. But yeah, I've gotten a number of excuse me. I've gotten a number of messages from people telling me that they found me through the H-bomb stream, which I wasn't expecting. A couple people even saying so that like they found me through like the VOD of the stream, like the archive, which I was on there 4 times, and according to people who were there who weren't me, I gave a pretty okay performance. So, I don't know. People felt, yeah. I don't know. You found me by just skipping around on the archive of H-bomb stream? Holy shit. That's wild. And that's an object lesson to people. Like, it's literally just so, that's actually a really good illustration of like what it looks like, what it is to be successful on the internet, because it's all about getting lucky. Scott, send me the link to this. What the fuck? How did I miss this? The thing is, success on the internet is about getting lucky. It's about finding the right thing at the right time, like making the right thing at the right time. But luck isn't purely random. You have to lay the groundwork to get lucky, and in order to do that, it takes a lot of work. So like, I got to a point where I was able to be on the H-bomb stream. I worked to get to that point, but I was lucky to have been in a position where May would invite me on the stream when she did, and I was lucky to have the opportunity to come on multiple times, and then I'm lucky that people are able to find me. Like, it's just sort of like it's luck. It's random, but it's not perfectly random. Like, there's work that went into it. It's not unearned necessarily. Okay, what the fuck? I'm looking at this Reddit thread now. Yeah, best research videos. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be there. Best produced. What? Where? Oh. Can I just not read? Oh, is that why Hello, I Hate My Body is getting such a resurgence? Why is it that one? Fuck. Okay, I'm actually genuinely upset about that. Fuck. Thank you, everybody, for sending that link. I don't know. The video "Hello, I Hate My Body," like, that's basically the only thing that I've made that I cannot watch. I've tried. I haven't been able to look at it since I cut it together, and I remember the editing of it being a miserable experience. And there's a clip of it in the transitioning video. Rachel K, switch. So there's a box up above the chat that probably says top chat. Be sure to switch it to live chat. Yeah, it's really frustrating that it does this. YouTube is garbage. But that video, like, I hate that video. I hate that video so much. Hello, I Hate My Body. There's a clip of it in the transitioning video, but it's the moment that it is, because it's literally the very beginning of the video, and I like, that was as much as I could tolerate to watch, and I don't know. I know that video means a lot to some people, but like, I'm genuinely kind of disappointed to see that that's the video that's on this post when I put so much fucking work into the transitioning video. When was this posted? Okay. 22 days ago. Yeah. My transitioning video would have had like 10 to 12,000 views at that point. Also, hold on a second. Hold on just a hot minute here. Am I out of my damn mind? I think come on. You can load. It's okay. Hello, I Hate My Body didn't even come out in 2018. It came out in November 2017. I know this is like looking a gift horse in the mouth. I get it. But like, so I earlier in the stream I described okay. Yeah. No, I see what Sarah said. Um Yeah, no, I see that. The noms came out before my transitioning video came out. I get that. I do. Like, yeah, okay. I see that. But it's more just that that's the video that's like, I don't know, best of 2018, and that video came out in November of 2017. I just. I don't know why this is affecting me so much. Like, I could very easily start crying right now. That's so weird. I don't know. That's the video that I've wanted to delete more than any other video, and I'm very doggedly anti at deleting my videos. Ugh. He joined because he saw Peridot. Hell yeah. And that's an important video, but like in my podcast earlier this stream, I talked about the episode of my podcast, Emotional Breakdown ASMR, and that episode is recorded the same day that I recorded Hello, I Hate My Body. And my breakdown is a result of how emotionally raw I felt and the fact that my roommates were being so fucking flippant about how I felt. That was a shitty day for me. And I don't know, that of course you're a he, Sammy. I mean, maybe it's problematic of me to assume a gender based on a name, but I'm glad that I got it right. And of course you're a he. Why wouldn't you be? So I should stop drinking at this point, but I also have very little left. I am going to drink some water though. Y'all, I literally started this stream thinking that it would not last more than an hour. Sammy, did you just find me through this stream? Or was it, where would you have seen Peridot otherwise? Besides the thumbnail. Do I have Peridot as the thumbnail? I have no idea. If you don't know, oh, hi Molly. I was literally in my brain thinking I should wax poetic about Molly's contribution to my life because I'm drunk enough that I feel like just being fucking emotional. Okay, Sammy. Well, as far as Transmask support goes, if you have not already, go find Elliot on Twitter. His Twitter handle is Your Parents Coke. YOURPARENTSCOKE. And it'll be Ethan Hawke is the name. If you haven't heard this already, find him on Twitter, message him. He has a Transmask exclusive Discord server that is explicitly just about like finding support for Transmask people. So go message him and get in there because there's not enough support for transmasculine people. I've been trying to have more transmasc people on the podcast lately. Heavy scare quotes. Dang, Molly, you always tumble back into my life right when I'm about to start crying. Yeah. But I'm not about to start crying anymore. Unless, of course, things continue. But I'm going to post this link in the chat, Sammy. And if you can't see it, it's because you need to switch from top chat to live chat in the top left corner. Oh, Sarah Sunflower, I have to disagree. There's not a malevolent bone in Molly's body. But yes, Goddess of Tears is a fucking great song title for you. That sounds about right. Oliver, I'm curious about, do you still prefer Oliver over your, yeah. I'm sorry. Don't worry about dealing with other stuff, but when you say that the other Sarah Z tweeted about me, I'm curious in what context that was, because I've had a number of exchanges with her in the sense of like just pointing out the fact that we have the same name essentially, and that people would get us confused inevitably. Even Dan fucking Olson of Folding Ideas got us confused on the H-Bomb stream. Sort of, kind of. So I know that she tweeted about me once in relation to this conversation that we had. Wait, Dan Olson mentioned me? When? What? Or was it, hold on. Okay. No, I will call you Olivia because that's your name. Please don't capitulate to my ignorance. Demand that people respect your name. You deserve it. Yeah, the DK64 stream is archived. I downloaded it a while back. So when did Dan Olson mention me? the only reason, like, so when I say that he got me confused for somebody else, is that my last appearance on the DK64 stream, at that point they had actually set up like a waiting room for people who were about to come on, and so Dan Olson did a voice check for people. So I was like, "Hey, I need, I want to promote my podcast since we're doing this." And he's like, "Yeah, come on." So I was waiting in the waiting room, and he's like, "So you're not that Sarah Z, are you?" And I said, "Nah, I'm not that Sarah Z." And he's like, "Okay, because I've been looking at your profile picture. Like, is that her? I don't think that's her." And as far as I know, or as far as I understood, the only way that Dan knew that I existed was that my name was the same as hers, and that this was the first time he'd ever actually encountered me. And this was in a private chat between just the two of us, and those were the only words that we exchanged. So as far as I know, that's all that he knows of me. But yeah, I tweeted about the fact that he confused me with Sarah Z, and I don't know, maybe Dan has mentioned this before. I don't fucking know. I guess there's a pretty short span of time wherein, like, within which one could go back and look and see, but it's still, I have no idea. That's why I'm asking. Because that would be pretty fucking wild if Dan actually knew who I was as opposed to just got me confused for somebody else. I really want H-Bomb to finish watching my transitioning video. Actually, after he finally got me the stuff that he's contributing for this podcast that I'm working on, I said, "Oh, hey, you said in the stream that you had started my video, and if and when you ever get around to finishing it, I'd love to hear your thoughts." He's like, "Yeah, I haven't gotten around to finishing it yet, but I will." I don't know. Yeah, I'll keep doing this. Let's see. PewDiePie would never recommend me like he recommended the other Sarah Z. What? I Maybe I'm too drunk to get that joke. Oh, I'm fine. Half pint. I'm not that drunk. I'm fine. I'm fine. I swear I'm fine. I'm actually fine. Is that spilled wine? Where did that come from? This is only my second-ish glass. Did he really? Are you for real? That's so fucking weird. Oh my god. PewDiePie, you absolute animal. But yeah, again, that's why I switched more towards referring to myself as Sarah Zedig as opposed to Sarah Z, or even Sarah Zed, because that's still confusing because in other countries they say Zed when they say Z, because other countries are wrong. I don't know. I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, goodness. What chair is this? I don't know. I got it on eBay for real cheap. Let's see where we are at. Jennifer Irons. Thank you for stopping by, Mel. I'm sure I've missed you at this point, but I'm glad that you got to watch. Yeah. Curiosity, when the fuck did Mr. Rogers talk about gender dysphoria? What? What? I'm sure you've answered this by now. I'm working my way through the chat. Anyone who usurps me gets thrown in the gallows. No, stockades. There we go. Gallows is death. I did notice you, Jennifer Irons. You have a very distinctive name. Craig always trying to throw us under the bus. Well, hi, Tori Bach. Good night. To the gulags, indeed. 400 rubles. Stop asking for rubles. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have no idea which episode this is. Curiosity. Hey, tell us. Which is this episode? Thank you, Anna Banana, for coming by. Have a good sleep. I hope you got something out of this weird mess. Well, good night, Molly. Thank you for coming back. I hope you actually get to sleep this time. Sorry, everybody. Where are we at? Yes. Oh, wow. Only non-cis person you know. Wow. Oh, wait. Damn it. Molly. Ugh. I do this every fucking time. I know a lot of people in the chat do as well. Of course, oh, thank you, Kelly. I was sending a private message to molly.noise because I'm a person. What the fuck does that mean? I hope that's okay. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Cool. But okay, back to the chat now. Enough distractions. I'm too drunk to be distracted. Oh, but nobody's said anything? Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, God, I hate when this happens. Okay, that makes sense. Who am I hacking? Who knows? Let's see. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm gonna click on that shit. Check it out. Vis-a-vis Monsieur Rogers. Monsignor. Curiosity, upload that shit. I want to see it. I want to see that shit. Sammy, you're 16? Oh my god. Ugh. You're killing me. No. Ugh, you're killing me, Sammy. Oh. 19. No. Oh no. You've ruined me. 16? What? 19? No! No! I'm glad y'all are here, and I'm glad that you like my stuff. I turned 30 in April. Fuck. But actually, I'm glad to be turning 30 because your 20s are the worst years of your life, and you fucking 19-year-olds out there, you're in for shit, okay? Get hype. But also, you're... Sarah Sunflower, my birthday is April 8. I was born a day before you and also some years before. So, we're pretty close there. We are the olds. So this is the thing. Aries gang, hell yeah. Oh my god, I just realized. Oh man, the fursona that Deerwitch drew me is a goat. It all makes sense. Okay, all right. That's so funny. I can't believe I didn't make that connection before in my brain, even though I requested a goat. Anyway, the fuck was I gonna say? So, yeah, my birthday is April 8th, 1989. So I am a huge fan of Lost, the television show that started in 2004, ended in 2010. Of course, there are the numbers from Lost, which are ubiquitous: 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, and then you add them all together, you get 108. I flipped shit when I realized that my birthday was 4, 8. And then 1989, hold on a second. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I feel like I tried really hard to make 1989 mean anything, and it doesn't. But there were a lot of other things that was just like, yes, the numbers make sense to me. God, I sound so drunk right now. I love Lost, and when it was airing, I was obsessed with it. I spent a lot of time theorizing about Lost in my free time. Yeah. Someday I'll do. I mean, if I've dedicated. At this point, I'm intending to dedicate 8 videos altogether to Twin Peaks, a show that I only started watching a little over a year ago. Wait. Is that right? No, it started in Return came back in 2017. This is 2 years ago. Yeah. Goodness me. Excuse me. Lost has been my favorite show for over a decade now, and I have not done a single video about it. I've kind of done 2 videos about it, actually, but only in comparison to other things. One of the first videos on my channel is comparing the endings of Breaking Bad and Lost, and getting mad that people were saying that the ending of Breaking Bad was better than the ending of Lost, even though they were literally identical. And then the other one was comparing the twists in Westworld to the twists in Lost, and why the twists in Lost were better executed. I'm a very young Twin Peaks fan. I didn't start enjoying David Lynch until that same time period. I saw Eraserhead very early on in my life, and I hated it because I was too young. And people are wrong for saying that Eraserhead is one of his best films. I feel like people are coming around, and now they're saying Mulholland Drive, which is the thing that I would have loved because it's got lesbians kissing real goddamn hard. Anyway, what was I saying? I got caught up in talking about lesbians. No, I hated David Lynch for a really long time, for the same reason that I hate Jean-Luc Godard. But the difference is I revisited Lynch and realized, oh wait, no, he's actually fucking amazing. And then I've revisited Jean-Luc Godard and continued to believe that no, he's absolute fucking garbage. But like, once I started researching Lynch, I realized, oh, this is the person that I wish that I had learned about in more detail ages ago, because he creates the way that I feel like I want to create. And I felt like I was wrong in the way that I was approaching like my filmmaking style, my writing style for years. And just like, well, I guess, I don't know. I felt I struggled in most classes for that exact reason. And then I found David Lynch, and it's like, oh wait, no, I'm not wrong. I just never saw anybody make things the way that I want to make them. No, I have not seen Blue is the Warmest Color. And so I decided, you know what? Twin Peaks The Return is about to show back up, so I'm going to get caught up. So I basically watched all of his stuff. The only film of his I haven't seen is Inland Empire, which I have, and I'm saving it for a special occasion. which is very Desmond Hume of me, not the philosopher, the character from Lost. And God, I'm so fucking clever. No, I'm not. Don't take that out of context. I'm insufferable. I'm such a fangirl. Good God. Anyway. Yeah, no, I fell really deep. Basically, like, I knew I wanted to talk about Twin Peaks at a certain point of watching The Return, and I started investigating, what's the deal with why have people been talking about Twin Peaks for 25 years? And then I realized, oh, there's this magazine that's been going on for ages. And I just fell deep into this fucking rabbit hole of Twin Peaks. And yeah, I became an obsessive really quick. And so the series that I'm working on is very much about obsessiveness and fandom, which is the thing that isn't really present in the text of the first episode of my series. It's there in like the tone. But what's more interesting to me is the fact that people are so obsessive about Twin Peaks. And that's the thing that eventually becomes more the focus. And that's the part that I'm most excited to talk about, because like I have all of this shit. It's just people writing about Twin Peaks. Excuse me. But anyway, point is, I spent all of this fucking time oh, Craig, I have books. Let's see here. Let's see what we got here books-wise. Vis-a-vis context. This is Twin Peaks FAQ, which is generally fairly simple in terms of like, it's mostly sort of summarizing a lot of different like trivia about the series, which is just like, and also, it's essentially an encyclopedia of every character, event, place, etc. of the series. I've got a couple of things tabbed here. I'm not sure what they are. Let's see what this is. Yes, Twin Peaks timeline. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this is the... Oh, yeah, okay, that's the episode guide. Gotcha. But it begins with a general sort of setup of what the situation was before the series started, and then how the series continued. So this is all context for where the series wound up. Molly, of course, you're leaving as soon as I start talking about something I care about. That's just like you. I'm kidding. That's not like you at all. Sleep well, and I hope that you feel better. Oh no, I knocked my wet tea bag into my nice Homestuck mouse pad, and now the wetness has seeped out into other parts of it. God, that's gonna stain. That's gonna look ugly. Y'all did this to me. Okay. The Essential Wrapped in Plastic. This book is a compilation of the magazine Wrapped in Plastic, which is a fan mag that was published for 16 years over the course of 75 issues, self-published. And this contains all sorts of context and interviews with people from the time. And then this is TV Peaks, which is a book essentially about the history of Twin Peaks on television. And this is the book that I cite the most in the first episode, as you can see by the numerous tabs here. And this is just context for when the show was on the air in 1990. And it's like these statistics in this book. this is the most valuable book that I got. Like, I got this book really late in the game of me researching for that first video. I had all this other stuff and I felt pretty good. And I saw this book and it was a little expensive, but I got my Patreon money and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get this book. I think it was like $80. Let's see. Let's see if it has the suggested retail price in here anywhere. Of course, I don't see one. It wasn't cheap. That's the important. I mean, it's a university press, so of course it wasn't cheap. But I got this book relatively late, and I immediately knew, like, holy shit, this book is really fucking good. And so, like, I feel like I have some context. I hope this didn't come across as me, like, doing a mic drop against you. But, like, I'm doing 8 total videos about Twin Peaks because I've done a lot of research. And this is 3 books. Oh, shit. That's 3 books. And then I have 4 actual issues of Wrapped in Plastic, the original fan magazine of the book that is the compilation. And then I have, what is this? At what point, where are we at now? We're at what? This is just 8? Yeah, it's just 8. 8 issues of Blue Rose, which is the new fan magazine. Oh, good night, Michelle. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm glad that you've been here. I hope you have a good night. I'll be finished with this Twin Peaks stuff soon. I promise. I just have a lot that I have to scream about whenever I have the opportunity. But this is the new fan magazine that is started by one of the co-founders of the original Wrapped in Plastic, Blue Rose. They're working on the 3rd volume, the 3rd year of this magazine. I haven't seen Northern Exposure, Christopher Shaw, but I will eventually. It's been on my list for many years. Actually, several of these books mention it. Yeah. Reflections. This is just a series of interviews with people. It's called An Oral History of Twin Peaks. It's just interviews with people who were involved with the creation of the pilot and the 1st season and the 2nd season. You get basically, let me see, is this like, it's a ridiculously short part of the book that is devoted to Fire Walk with Me, because basically, I don't know, it's been very recently that people decided that the movie was worth revisiting, so this book it's good for the first 2 seasons, but then after that it's worthless, generally. Lynch on Lynch, which is a series of interviews with what am I saying? I'm losing my mind. With David Lynch. And it's just on a bunch of his stuff. And it's all very good. And of course, he has a lot to say about Twin Peaks in here. And of course, I have this book, which I haven't read yet, that is just about Fire Walk with Me. It's one of, near as I can tell, 2 books devoted to Fire Walk with Me. I need to pick up the other one, but it's like, I think it's like $20, and I haven't. It's got low review scores, so I don't know, but I feel obligated to pick it up at this point, just because I want to get as much perspective as possible. And yeah, I haven't read this one yet, but it's one of the only books written just about Fire Walk With Me. And then this is the newest addition to my collection, which is Critical Essays on Twin Peaks: The Return, which is the first book of essays published just about The Return, which is real goddamn exciting, actually. I can't wait to crack this book open, but I have to rewatch The Return first, which means I have to rewatch Fire Walk With Me, which means I have to rewatch the rest of the fucking series, because I've only covered the pilot of Twin Peaks for my YouTube channel. So I gotta go through the rest of it, because it's been a fucking year since I did anything. Sleep well, Sarah Sunflower. Thank you so much. Anyway, all of that is to say, I have done a lot of research into Twin Peaks. So, yeah. I shared this with y'all in my bookcase stream, but I don't know how many of you were there for that. I believe this is issue... Yeah, this would be issue 5. So, let me see. Come on. Yeah, here we go. So at a certain point, I knew that I was doing this video series about Twin Peaks, and I knew that a lot of it was involving fandom. And at the time, I assumed I was going to be talking about the entire thing in a very short span of time, and not putting off the rest of the series for a whole calendar year. So I found the Blue Rose magazine, and I also found out that they are doing, they do advertisements in their free space that you can buy for $25. I think it was $28 actually. So I reached out, I emailed these people, and I have an advertisement for the Twin Peaks series. I need to see if I can actually see this. Yeah. There it is. In this issue of Blue Rose. Now, the best part is that, so that's the advertisement. So you have all this text here. Oh, who's that handsome fellow? Oh, it's fucking Damon Lindelof. The advertisement for my fucking YouTube series about Twin Peaks is right underneath their interview with Damon Lindelof, co-creator of Lost. And they say there is no God. Anyway, that's my that's my unhinged rant about Twin Peaks Academia. Oh, good night, Half Pint. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I mean, stopping by. Thank you so much for watching for the last, 6 hours? How long has it been? It's been a hot minute. I know that's fucking true. What are we even looking at here? No, take me to the live stream. Yeah, we've been going a minute. But Jesus Christ. And don't even get me started on the fucking Twin Peaks trading cards. Okay? $30 of $90 that I own out of a collection, out of a series that spans, I think, 400 cards. Shrug. Christopher Shaw, I can't believe that your family. Do not apologize, Craig. Don't apologize for the damage you've caused. There's no apology that is sufficient. You brought us here. Live with it, okay? Anyway, people seem to be enjoying it. Christopher Shaw, it's amazing to me that you and your family saw the bookshelf stream. That's pretty dang cool. I'm glad that you liked that. I don't know if I could just get these back in this plastic case. And this is... I keep these in the packaging that they came in, not because I give a shit about whether they get damaged or anything. Because these are literally the most common cards that you can find in this collection. But because I have absolutely nowhere else to put them. Thank you for watching, Sammy. I'm glad that you came here and you're valid, and stay good, my boy. Keep on going. All right. Ah, shit. I meant to do this earlier. God damn it. Hold on. Y'all, I have a Discord. Dang it. I meant to send that link out before, after I came back from the bathroom, and I forgot. But I have a Discord, and all these conversations we've been having, that's the Discord. It's a chill place for acceptance and joy. I don't know. And to keep up with whatever nonsense I'm working on. Yeah, I want to see. Okay, the goddess references make more sense. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat. Thank you, Tori Bachmai. I like this sweater a lot. Yeah, I'm really happy with the Discord channel. There are still 21 people watching. It's been 6.5 hours. Fucking hell, it's been 6.5 hours. Oof. Y'all. What a wild night it's been. Hold on. Let's see. Wow. Y'all gave me almost $50 tonight. Actually, I guess probably with fees, it's closer to 40. You gave me almost $47 in actual cash, and then with fees and everything, it's gonna be less than that by a substantial margin. I got tea juice all over Beckwell. Christopher Shaw, if you're on Twitter, you can find me there. My DMs are open, my direct messages. So you can find me there at HMSNoFun. If you're not there, email me transquestioningpodcast@gmail.com. I can walk you through Discord if need be. Just look for you can just Google Trans Questioning Podcast. And that email address is all over time. All over time? All over the place. What the fuck? Oh, y'all. You're welcome, Olivia, sorry. I'm glad y'all get hooked. Oh, Alexandria Jarvis, you don't listen to the podcast, eh? Thank you for stopping by, Doctor Who. I love your work. So, two big questions. Okay, Olivia. HMS No Fun came from when I was on Tumblr a lot more frequently. I guess I'm still technically there, but I haven't used my Tumblr in a very long time. But that was my primary social media for a while. And I was sort of undergoing my early SJW education on Tumblr. And I remember at one point getting into like a minor feud with some random asshole. And I can't remember exactly what they called me for criticizing them for being racist or whatever. But it was something along the lines of like, why do you SJWs always gotta drive us on a ship straight to no fun town or whatever? And then another friend of mine who was on Tumblr was like, toot toot, here she comes with the on the HMS No Fun. And immediately I'm like, that's it, that's my name. I grabbed it, HMS No Fun. So Craig, the thing with changing your profile pic for for YouTube and Google generally is that it takes forever to update. So don't like freak out. It's probably changed. It just, YouTube sucks. It'll definitely be normal by the time that I do my next stream. So I'll be excited to see this random Asian person. Do I have an Instagram? Yes. I meant to change my name to Sarah Zedig, but I think it's still at, is it Sarah Starts Here? I think it is. No, it is Sarah Zedig now. If you search Sarah Zedig on Instagram, you'll find me there. What was the other big question? Oh, Kunta, I would love to know how to pronounce your last name. Would it be Busheragal? Kunta Busheragal, is that right? Oh. See you later, Craig. Thank you for being here most of this time. Yeah, Alexandria Jarvis. What's a good starting point for the podcast? Yeah. That was the, yeah. So there are two. The obvious starting point is episode 1, and in my mind, that's sort of the most important phase of the show. I think the first 9 to 12 episodes, I think, is the most important part of the show and the most important part that there will ever be, because that's literally me chronicling my experience of realizing I'm trans pretty quick after I had that realization, and just trying to figure out what the hell that meant to me. So those first 12-ish episodes were just audio diaries of me like working through, am I trans? Is this actually who I feel like I am? You know, am I just making this up? And then at some point around December of January of the first year, I finally like arrived at like, yes, I am, and I'm going to work on it, and I'm going to do it. And then I think that ends with my interview with Carter Manier, which is the first interview that I did with anybody on the podcast. And that to me starts like the second phase of the show, which is where it becomes more of a hybrid journal advice show. And I, in my view, the show after that point kind of slowly struggles to figure out what its identity is. And then, I don't know, there's a lot of really good stuff in there. And I don't dislike any of it. It's just sort of weird. And then the third phase, which is the current phase, I guess, would be when May came on as the co-host. So there are a couple of points at which you could say that would be. There's my first interview with her, which happened in August of 2018, I think, August or September. There's the second time I talked to her on the podcast, which is when I visited her in Texas, and we talked just about YouTube. And at that point, we hadn't talked about her co-hosting the podcast. But pretty soon after that trip, I did talk to her about it. Like, hey, do you want to co-host a podcast? Because I don't know how I feel about it anymore. It feels like it's kind of struggling for identity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're now in the phase where it's like I have a co-host and we're doing sort of a joint thing, and it's becoming more ambitious. We're doing less episodes. But there should be a new episode about the Donkey Kong 64 stream coming up, hopefully on Friday. We'll see if I can get on my own goddamn ball for once. Beyond that, I don't know. But that episode is really good. It's going to be really good. H-Bomber Guy's going to be in it for like a little bit. So are a bunch of other people. But yeah, so kind of take your pick. In my view, starting at the beginning would be the best, because that's where a lot of the heart of the podcast is for my money. But it just really depends on, I don't know. Pick the one that has the biggest numbers attached to it, I guess. Find the one that's been viewed the most times by the most people, I guess. I don't know. How are folks feeling? It's like 3 a.m. where I am. How many episodes are there? In total, I think we're at 40. Let me see. Let me check this folder. Okay, yeah. This next episode is going to be 44. Yeah, so Alexandria, I feel like listening to the episodes up until I talked to Carter Manir, if my memory serves me well, which it might not. God damn it. I feel like that's a good bit, and then from there, you're pretty safe to jump to the present, if you so desire. Because at that point, it's like, I mean, it's not a linear podcast. It's just a series of journal entries. I don't know. Where are we at here? No. Molly sent me a message. That was forever ago. Where are we at? 20 watching. Okay. I am suddenly very tired. It's cool to hear somebody squee for my podcast. Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, so it's a trans questioning podcast. It's cool. The next few episodes are going to be really good, I think. It's been on a short sort of break. We have a lot of catching up to do. I've been in a really fucked up headspace. I haven't been able to get any goddamn work done. I'm hoping I'll be able to start actually getting work done soon, because I've got to finish a fucking video before this month comes out. But the next episode is going to be about the H-Bomb stream. I think the next episode after that is going to be me and May talking about disassociation. And she has dissociative identity disorder. And she has a lot to say about it. And I think that's going to be a very, very, very good episode. And then got other stuff planned. So I'm excited for the future of the podcast. Well, thank you, Olivia. I'm glad that you like every episode of the show. I don't think that it's all like garbage or anything. I just have a special place in my heart for the purity of those first episodes. But I don't know. I am incredibly self-critical. Sorry, it's a pain in the ass for you to get Discord running, but I'm glad that you were able to join regardless. Craig, I'm sorry that you feel down about our talk about relationships. I hope that didn't I was hoping that would feel somewhat positive. Yeah, the podcast is kind of an emotional ordeal. Like most of the shit that I do. It's a vulnerable thing. But a lot of people have keep dropping this fucking pen. A lot of people have said that it's helped them. I don't know. Supposedly it's worth listening to. Well, it's 3:11, y'all. I feel like I need to get some sleep. I've been awake for way too long. So, yeah, my facial hair has grown significantly since we started this stream. Somebody compare my face now from the face at the beginning. Don't do that. Nope, Craig, no naissance, sorry. Yeah, Olivia got it. She's on it. She's good at this. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's saying. That's the joke. And yeah, vulnerability is good and it's hard. And it's doubly hard when you've been taught to not be vulnerable. So I'm glad y'all got something out of it. You're welcome for the release, Rachel. Okay. Thank you all so much, as always, for sticking around. This is the longest stream I've done. I don't know why it goes so long. It's because I like talking to y'all, and it feels good. So, the Discord link was above. My Twitter is at HMSNoFun. If you don't already know, you should know at this point. Thank you so much for all of your support, and I hope you all have a great night. And I hope I see you on the Discord, and if I don't, I hope I see you in future live streams. Please feel free to contact me if you have ideas for shit that I should do in the future, because I'm running out of ideas. How do you think that I should trick you into giving me money? Send me an email. God, this whole thing's such a fucking sham. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.